Good morning and welcome to all of you. We are absolutely thrilled to host this final conference of the Baltic Research Program. It is really a true testament. It's not only about the cooperation as we see it, it's a living, breathing testament to the Nordic-Baltic cooperation between Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and our donors, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. Today we have a very busy agenda that we'll go through, but what we can assure you is going to be interesting. It's going to be foresight as well. We'll discuss the foresight, we will deliberate, and we actually will ask the questions, is this program value for money? Are we going to continue? I think the answer should be yes, but let's not jump the gun and let's discuss it one step at a time. But as with all the events, we would like to start them with the welcome speeches because it's important to welcome you all here officially. And we want to say, and there's three important people that want to say hello to you. And we will start with our Chairman, Research Council of Lithuania, Chairman, Dr. Gintaras Valinčius, to come and say a few welcome words to all of you. Please.
Thank you very much, Aurelia. So, Your Excellency, Ambassador, Mr. Vice Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from universities, institutes, I'm really delighted to open this conference and welcome all you, our honorable guests and participants from three Baltic states and our donors, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. Our guests who are representing Baltic Research Program, representing academic communities, the administrators of the programs, all those who contributed, worked intensively and contributed immensely to the implementation of this program over the last several years. Today at the closing stage of the program, we are having a chance to look backwards and to try to foresee the future. This is definitely important exercise for us to understand what has been achieved and what can be achieved in the future, fostering and facilitating this nice ring of countries which are being driven by common objectives, common vision towards the scientific excellence, towards the needs of our societies and expectations of our scientists, which are being forwarded to the scientific communities. The European Economic Area and Norway grants provided instruments for the realization of joint research projects, cooperative projects, which aim at approaching our important common challenges of our time. No doubt, the decision to establish the joint regional research program during its implementation provided the ideas in practice and even exceeded our expectations. The results of the program and within the joint projects gives us a full evidence that the added value of the cross-border collaboration, bilateral, multilateral cooperation, and all the benefits can be achieved for the scientific communities of our countries, innovator communities of our countries, and of course our societies at large. I would like to stress one more detail. Through the participation in the Baltic Regional Program, it's a clear evidence that the strength and the willingness and preparedness of our scientific communities to successfully participate in the European Horizon programs has significantly increased. And this is one of the important elements for the government bodies of all our countries, including Lithuania, to have a clear evidence that investment into high quality international projects, multilateral projects, leads to the benefit of the country in terms of attracting finances from the international sources, but which is even more important, attracting the best people, the best talents, retaining talents in our countries, and delivering value for our societies. As regards the stakeholder at administrative and political level, our responsibilities lays in ensuring the sustainability of this nice instrument, which has already proven its value, effectiveness, and of course, efficiency in funding of research projects and delivering nice results and benefit for our society. So finally, let me allow you to wish you the fruitful and inspiring discussions today. And I expect that we all have remarkable moments and pleasant stay in Vilnius. As you see, maybe the weather is not such beneficial for us, but the mood and the ambience of Vilnius, I'm sure you will enjoy submerging into all this nice city and atmosphere which is being created by the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Very well said. That the ambience, the collaboration we create all together from different elements and parts between the countries, organizations, and at the political level. So now I would like to invite His Excellency Atle Konta-Mitten, Ambassador of Norway to Lithuania, to say hello to all of you, because this collaboration and contribution is very important. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. So great to be here and to see all of you from not only Lithuanians and Norwegians, but from the whole region. It's really, really nice, even if, as you said, Chairman, that the weather might not be with us, but it will improve and it doesn't really matter. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It is a privilege to celebrate our achievements under the EEA Norway grants. A good example is the Baltic Research Programme. The programme brings together the Baltic states and donor countries Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein to address shared challenges through collaborative research. Investing in research is vital for economic growth, but also for building resilient, thriving societies. Resilience is critical. Amidst geopolitical tensions, robust regional cooperation and shared innovation are essential. It enhances our security, competitiveness, and our ability to adapt to crisis. The programme's emphasis on international collaboration ensures that our scientific discoveries benefit all, creating a stronger, safer region. One of the objectives of the grant is to encourage meaningful partnerships. Norwegian support for green growth in Europe is underpinned by a strong commitment to social inclusion. Our partnership and participation is about more than just providing funding. It reflects a genuine interest in achieving these goals together. Norwegian institutions have been active participants, building strong relationships with Baltic researchers. This has created valuable synergies and multiplied the impact. Friends, the Baltic Research Programme consolidates the research potential for Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia with that of donor countries. This collaboration is not just an opportunity, it is a necessity. We're facing an unprecedented technological, environmental and social challenges that demand collective response. By pooling resources, expertise and talent, we build a knowledge-based economy that strengthens our global competitiveness. Studies have clearly shown that regions with robust research networks have a higher innovation rate, directly impacting economic growth and job creation. There are great examples of this funded by the programme. For instance, collaborative research has led to improved vocational training methods to reduce youth dropout rates. Cross-border partnerships are crucial for addressing challenges like climate change, cyber security threats and public health crisis. Projects funded under this programme include advancing pancreatic cancer treatment, developing crops resilient to climate change, and strengthening cybersecurity. These are tangible outcomes that contribute to the partnership's impact. Partnerships between academia and industry have also proven effective. Translating research into real-world application creates economic value and social gains. When researchers and industry experts work together, they bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical implementation to the benefit of everyone. Regions investing heavily in research training often see greater economic and social returns. The Baltic Research Programme has offered young researchers valuable experience in international projects, preparing them to lead future initiatives. This helps us build a pool of talent essential for addressing tomorrow's challenges. Europe's success in building a competitive, knowledge-based economy will rely on our ability to address issues such as social inclusion, poverty reduction, sustainable development, and safeguarding democratic values. Innovation and research are essential to this mission. The Baltic Research Programme is a model of what collaboration can achieve with a shared vision. Bringing together top academic talent, that is you, it has supported ideas that can reshape industries and transform societies. This programme is a crucial stepping stone for our researchers to advance their work and make a lasting impact. So thank you all for your commitment, collaboration, and hard work.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador, and it's very true, isn't it? Collaborations like that and programs like that is an investment. And investment would not happen without a backup and support at our governmental bodies in different countries. And now I would like to invite Dr. Justas Nugaras, Vice Minister to Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, to say a few welcome words about this amazing program that really crosses the borders and makes an impact.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Chairman of Lithuanian Research Council, colleagues from all over Baltic states, and of course, partners and friends. How to start it? Probably I need to start from my personal example. So I take Norway close to heart because I spent my half a year PhD studies in the Norwegian School of Business, where I had an opportunity to collaborate with the top 5 researcher from my topic in the area. So at that moment, it was almost 10 years so ago. It was like reaching the stars, because when you see those professors who are the best in your topic, when you're talking to them, when you see all the mind school of mind that was a bit different from Lithuania at that moment. So that inspires a lot, and that changed the perspective, that encourages to seek more, and encourage to collaborate and increase the country capacity. Today, I have to admit that it's a bit bittersweet moment in this room, because Lithuania decided that probably we will change the priorities, and research will not be further supported by this Norwegian funds and Baltic's research program. But from my point of view, we could support and encourage Lithuanian Research Council and Norwegian Research Council to find new ways of collaboration and to find new ways of funding, because in Lithuania, national budget for research in recent 3 years increased almost 3 times. We are seeking 1% of GDP from the national budget for the research. So abilities to encourage particular collaborations are quite well. Also, Lithuania is getting better and better in Horizon projects, and to use those partnerships, to use those already made connections for Horizon money would be very wise. So probably To finish my statement, I should say that yes, this program is closing. We have very good results, but now we need to think what's next. And probably resilience topics in particular, or civil safety topic might be also driven by research results, might be also driven by some bright ideas and scholarly works that are done in all those countries. So thank you for organizing this program, for organizing this event, and for excellent results we have achieved. Best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman, Ambassador, Vice Minister. We have heard that obviously geographical, political situations are changing, meaning that the priorities of different nations are changing too. Nevertheless, we're here to celebrate today. We'll celebrate the success of this program, celebrate the success of the projects, and see where it goes. What is the continuation? What are the plans B, C, and D? And how we can collaborate further in maybe different contexts or with the different priorities. But nevertheless, research is at the heart of everything we do, because how else innovation are created without a research? Today's program, as you have seen, are split in two parts. So we will discuss what's further with this program, where we're going to go next, and then we will hear from the experts, project leads, participants in those projects, how they succeeded, what were the challenges, and where they want to collaborate and how next. During your coffee break and lunch break as well, I really invite you to visit 2 rooms next to ours with exhibition of those projects, not all of them, just few selected. If you haven't seen a drone up close, I really recommend you to go in there and see it. So it's really up close. Hopefully you can touch it, I don't know. Ask the project leads. You can see some specimens and discuss actually how it is to manage these big collaborative projects and what results and impact, most importantly, they have achieved for the environment, society, and maybe they influenced even the policy. It's all very well to talk that, we love these programs. It's great to have them. We want to continue them in one way or the other. But what actually about the facts and evaluation? Is it worth to continue? Have we evaluated? What is the impact of what we have done and will continue to do? And the best way to do that is to have an evaluation report. And here we're going to hear now from the first presenter who will discuss and present us the comprehensive evaluation report of the Baltic Research Program that really captures the key outcomes, challenges, and opportunities, providing an invaluable roadmap for the future. I have to say as well that you might have seen that we have 2 presenters for this first part of the program. Unfortunately, due to the illness, our first presenter, Aidis Jonster, Senior Sector Officer from Research and Education Financial Mechanism Office, is not able to attend today. Nevertheless, we will have other key speakers and presenters that will fill in this gap and really share the knowledge. But first of all, let's hear about it, how this program is evaluated, and what we can take from those evaluation key points further to develop other programs and set priorities. So I would like to invite Aurenta Elenske from Visionary Analytics provide us with these insights and presentation and analysis. You will have time for the questions, so brace yourself. Aurenta, there will be questions from our audience, I have no doubt, but let's hear this report. Stage is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Aurenta Elenske, I'm from Vision Analytics, and we were contracted to do the evaluation of the Baltic Research Program under the 2014-2021 in Norway grants. The evaluation took place from March to December on 2023, so it was already a year ago. So you will see that some figures, numbers here are 1 year old, but still you can capture some results and the picture. How does it look like? Good. So the objective of the evaluation was to evaluate the effectiveness and coherence of the Baltic Research Program. And the evaluation addressed 8 evaluation questions covering 2 evaluation criteria. So the first one was effectiveness, to what extent the program is on track to achieving its expected results, so outputs and outcomes. And the second was coherence, so extent to which the program works as one. As you know, we are from 4 countries and more, and how one call, for example, in Estonia was compatible with another calls in Lithuania and Latvia. And in general, how the BRP is coherent with European initiatives, with national initiatives, and so on. So methodology for this had 4 steps. So of course we had the desk research. This was a primary thing to develop the questionnaires for the survey and interviews as well, and also to answer some of the questions. Then we had the beneficiary survey. We had an online survey for the BRP participants. So this is the project promoters, project partners, and donor project partners. And in total, we received 74 responses to the survey out of 119 identified. So it's around 64% of participants who answered to the survey. And in fact, we had at least one response for every project, except for one, I think. So that was a good coverage to see how you are feeling about the project, about the program. Then we had interviews with various BRP stakeholders, so program operators, implementing agencies, national focal points, donor program partners, FMO, program committee, and also some of the program beneficiaries as a follow-up of the survey if they identified that they would wish to talk with us further. In total, we had 21 interviews conducted with 24 interviewees. And finally, network analysis. With whom we try to see how the institutions and organizations are participating and collaborating with each others, whether there's some links and some organizations are collaborating more with others or no. So let's move to the effectiveness part, one of the evaluation part. And this criteria, as I said, assesses if the Baltic research program is on track, achieving what was meant to be achieved. So here, this table presents the status of the achievement of the results. And note that these cumulative numbers are based on preliminary available data as of 1st of December of 2023, so it's already 1 year old, and cannot be considered officially approved or final. Yet the numbers still provide general understanding of the tendencies in the 3 Baltic states. So starting from the bottom of the table, it's easier to go like this. About the BRP output knowledge of research shared. The target values for the indicator, number of researchers supported, largely exceeds the target. So we can see in Estonia, it's exceeded by 500%, in Latvia by 284, in Lithuania 235. And this is mainly due to the changes in the researchers in the project teams, but also there was an underestimation of the value, target value, in the planning phase of the program. Then moving to the outcome, enhanced performance of the Baltic research internationally. The target values of the 3 indicators in the Baltic states as of December last year have not been achieved. And the main reasons for this were the COVID-19 impact, strict definitions of the indicators, because of which some of the, for example, publications could not be added to the table. The fact that many of the BRP projects were still not finished. In addition, specifics to selected projects limited the number of jointly registered applications for the IPPs, while the time limitations affected the number of joint applications for the further funding, because of the unavailability of the relevant calls for the participants or a busy schedule of the project team. Moving on, overall, it's evident that BRP had a great impact on human resources of the Baltic states. First, a platform was created for discussions between the Baltic program operators, which helped to improve the administrative competences and to coordinate international research. Second, the multilateral collaboration in the project enabled to sharing and research experience and resources, which contributed to the strengthened competences of researchers. Moreover, this collaboration also increased their research productivity and visibility, and last but not least, also provided an opportunity to train PhD students and postdocs. Speaking on another evidence of the results beyond the results framework that we saw in the previous table, The BRP supported new international research collaborations, especially in the Baltics and Baltic Nordic areas, and strengthened the existing links between research organizations. The most notable result is the further collaborations within the research programs, such as Horizon Europe, as was mentioned a couple of times today. Looking from the broader perspective, the BRP contributes to better position of the Baltic states in the region, as well as internationally. For example, enable new research collaborations, increase the visibility of research. And this is due to expanded networks of research institutions, especially thanks to the opened up networks of donor project partners. Here you can see the network analysis I mentioned. So the bigger the organization name, the more projects the organization is involved, the thicker is the link between a couple of organizations, the more projects they are working on together. So the network analysis reveals that actually project partners are the ones who establish the most new connections with other project partners. Therefore, the opened up networks of project promoters and donor project partners greatly expand the organizational link. Now going to the positive factors influencing the achievement of the results. So of course, the results are greatly achieved if they are motivated and skills partners. Also the sharing of data, knowledge, experience between project partners, also the facilities and any other things that they can share between each other. Then the involvement of young researchers, various project team members, team meetings and seminars, that adaptability to external shocks, for example, COVID-19 was mentioned, and to some extent the expertise of those project teams is thanks to the high competition of in the calls for the proposals. So these were the main factors mentioned by the survey of beneficiaries and of course also by the interviewees as the positive factors who influence the achievement of the results. On the other hand, BRP beneficiaries encounter several challenges during the projects. First of all, COVID-19 restrictions caused delays due to limitation of personal meetings, workshops, and also logistic disruptions, which impacted experimentation. Moreover, beneficiaries indicated the administrative tasks which burdened their research work. For example, project promoters act as intermediators between POs and project partners. However, the project promoters expressed the lack of the financial administrative knowledge in this intermediating task. Furthermore, some beneficiaries highlight time limitations. It is said that project duration is not sufficient to attract PhD students. Also, as researchers are really busy with project implementation and also other tasks, it's difficult to actively apply for further funding programs in any relevant cause if they are announced. In addition, a couple of survey and respondents indicated some funding limitations. The budget could be more flexible for additional activities. For example, finding more face-to-face meeting, or there was one instance, at least what we gathered from the survey, that during the implementation of the project, there was some possibility for IPPs, but there was not funding foreseen in the application phase. So this flexibility could help to have these IPPs. And finally, uneven competences and capacity limitation among project partners could potentially affect project progress, as suggested by some BRP beneficiaries. And differences in experiences with international projects may slow down the process initially, but later on everything catch-ups. It could be seen as a positive aspect, indeed, as it provides an environment to strengthen competences in human resources. Now going to coherence part. So in general, the program has common vision, goals, design, project application assessment criteria, implementation procedures. So all these things are coherent within the project. General objectives are well translated into goals. The program has a good balance between coordination and flexibility. The common principles of program for all national components are in accord of the EAN Norway grants, guidelines for the research programs, guidelines for applicants and evaluator likewise provides coherence with the BRP, as they assure the common criteria in the national calls. Moving to the factors influencing internal coherence of the BRP, we marked in blue factors at the program level and in yellow the factors in the project level. So the first aspect is experience. As the Estonian call was launched first, the program operator and implementing agencies and NFP were very open, sharing their experiences with the first call, and it was a learning opportunity for Latvia and Lithuania. Often joint meetings worked as a good learning space. Estonia actively participated in the coordination. In addition, previous experience under the EA Norway grants, or in general experience administering international projects, helped to keep internal coherence. The second is the structure of the program. The well-set structure of the program provided coordination, the clear formulation of the call, and necessary reporting provided a level of control, while still leaving some freedom for implementation in different countries. In addition, research guidelines were extremely important element in harmonizing the program and administration. Templates for the different outputs to be produced by the program, for example, reporting, were created. It helps with one of the greatest challenges in operating under different legislation in different countries and reporting cultures. Guidelines help to streamline work between 3 Baltic states, and in that way brings more coherence. Fourth is an active joint program committee, which also plays an important role in structuring the program and coordination. The committee consists of a variety of stakeholders from all countries, all BRP countries, and was a success for the committee. The success was that the committee members were really active and throughout the implementation of the process. As was noted by the interviewees, the communication in the program committee was good, and discussions and disagreements arose more over details than the central issues. Finally, on the program level, communication contributed to the internal coherence of the program, of the solution of coordination challenges. Program operators had weekly meetings within themselves to discuss challenges, and this was a really beneficial thing between the countries to talk and have internal coherence. Then moving to the project level, we have similar level of selected research institutions and their scientific competencies. As the competition was high, only best research proposals were selected, which means that top research institutions and researchers implement projects. And this helps within the implementation. Also, stakeholder conferences and matchmaking events, as the one we are here, help to communicate, exchange experience with researchers from other projects as well as from the project team to meet in person. Program beneficiaries noted that they were able to achieve results faster to more efficiently during the live meetings than when meeting and discussing it online. And support and guidance from the local implementing agency aids in project implementation. Beneficiaries highlight that all the faced issues were solved timely with the necessary details. Also organized seminars about the preparation of final reports and other aspects provided clarity for the project teams. Looking at the synergies between projects and calls, so the calls were carried by the 3 Baltic countries, so they were harmonized and complemented each other. The priorities and thematic areas were similar. The separate calls, as you know, were necessary due to differences in administrative setup, but the program should avoid starting with 1-year gap as it was here between countries, as this would result in different program implementation progress at different points in time in each country. And external coherence, so there were no built-in synergies while doing this program with initiative funded from the national sources. The BRP adds value from its multilateral collaboration aspect within more and 2 countries. In Europe, there are several programs which target towards excellence in science. Although topics are similar, BRP stands as an important program for regional cooperation, especially for the Baltic states. It covers Baltic countries' priorities and opens a way for multilateral collaboration to solve regional challenges. Now moving to conclusions and the recommendations that we recommended a year ago. I think some of these can already be solved or addressed, but still I want to present a picture that we found while doing this evaluation a year ago. So the first one is to clearly communicate program participants the specific methodologies for calculating achievement under each indicator. So despite the existence of the core indicator guidelines, participants find it challenging to interpret research-supported indicator constantly. This discrepancy results in varying reporting practices, such as counting support of PhD students or co-publications. We see some difference how countries are treating those indicators and what they are counting in. Second, it is recommended to calculate program outcome indicators at least a year after the end of the project. So the majority of outcome indicators, applicants for further funding, co-publications, IPPs, are submitted towards the end of the projects. The results could be measured at least a year after the end of the project to see more accurate results of the program and some applications might be submitted after the end of the project. So in the report, we suggested some possible ways how to do it and how to implement this, how to even evaluate this. Third is consider rethinking the indicator of number of joint peer scientific publications submitted to also capture the publications submitted without a donor project partner. So what we saw from the interviews and the survey was that many peer scientific publications couldn't be counted towards the target that was set, just because even though they were submitted and say that it was funded by the INOR grants, but since there were no donor project partner, they were not counted into the table. Fourth, it is recommended to continue organizing conferences, as I said, such as the midterm conference in Riga we had last year and this one, to facilitate stakeholder interaction. So it's important to highlight to the participants to foresee funding for travel in the project expenses, and as this was one of the things highlighted there. The fifth one is it is recommended to reduce the frequency of project reporting. For instance, instead of semi or annual reporting, having one interim and one final report. Alternatively, if semi-annual reports are to be kept, it's recommended to streamline the reporting process. For instance, organizing annual reporting in a manner where the work could be conducted in subsequent years to be easily appended to the relevant sections of the report. This came from, this suggestion actually came from the program committee, and many program beneficiaries highlighted that administrative burden takes time from the actual research they want to do. So this is why this recommendation came here. The sixth one is the recommended to organize seminars on project reports and administrative or financial tasks in English rather than national languages where this is relevant. And although implementing agencies provide all the necessary help and organize special seminars related to various project-related tasks, they're usually directed to the project promoters and handle national languages. And then, if project partners have any questions or administrative financial concerns, the project promoter has to be an intermediator, which increases the administrative burden. So therefore, it would be useful to have more English seminars to include for all project partners. Seventh is recommended to clarify and communicate to the program committee their accountability during the implementation period, as well as provide a clear definition of what constitutes as a conflict of interest. In some cases, committee members felt that they need a clearer mandates and guidelines on their role and responsibilities. Then it is recommended to consider different alternative for calls, so to keep 3 separate calls in the 3 Baltic states, ensuring that calls will be launched no more or less than the same time, or merge to 1 call across all Baltic states. So 1 call under all 3 countries could solve some challenges related to the different start dates of the same applicant or the same applicant reapplying. However, 1 call not necessarily would be more efficient way to do everything due to the different administrative and legislative systems. The program should avoid starting with 1 year gap, as mentioned before. And at this point, what we saw that the current model looks the most suitable for the Baltic states administrative setting. The 9th recommendation was to thoroughly rethink the thematic areas that are approached for the next period, and if there will be a next period, and define uniform selection criteria for all Baltic states. In this period, the approach to selecting project differed between countries. Some purely relied on evaluations, others selected double amount and then discussed which project would be the most beneficial. And finally, STEM projects dominated over humanities. So it's recommended just to think whether this is an issue or not, and which thematic areas should be included there. The 10th one is, in the next programming period, it's recommended to not have additional components or predefine a higher education project besides the research element and the respective research program. So here we talk about only research program. And alternatively, if the elements are left, it's recommended to design one call activity, which includes both research and additional elements. So more information on this are provided in the final report, but basically just to have more coherence between the project and the countries, it seems that the research element should cover only research projects. And the 11th, the final one, it's recommended to consider the possibility of funding well-assessed, but not funded project through national programs. As was mentioned here a bit earlier, the funding in for national programs increased 3 times. And since there was a huge competition between the participants, a lot of good projects were under the line. So funding these and having this kind of seal of excellence of PRP could be a possibility to have those great projects here. So this is a small reflection of what we found when we were researching the VRP a year ago. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Renta. So you have 20 minutes to think of the question. Here we go. The hand shoots up. Please, Vice Minister.
Hello. Just out of curiosity, how do you made that networking map? What was the criteria to strengthen the connections between nodes, between different partnerships? What you were evaluating in order to get the result?
It's actually way more simple than it looks like. So I have a list of all the projects and all the institutions that are participating. And there's a program who does this. So we uploaded the...
So only projects? If
yes.
we have, okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the more they collaborate, the thicker the notes are.
Yeah, thank you for a very interesting presentation. I was a bit curious when you had a list quite early on with a table with application outside this program for further funding. I think if I summed it up, it summed up to 28 applications for further funding outside EAN or grants. Can you elaborate a bit on where they sought this funding? Was that
Sorry, can you clarify?
Yeah, if you had a table and it said that some of the project partners or consortia, they were applying for funding outside this scheme.
Yes.
If I summed it up, it seemed to be 28. Where did they seek funding? Was it Horizon?
Horizon Europe, yeah.
Okay, so all of them were Horizon Europe.
And also some Interreg, I think. I don't remember right now by heart, it was a year ago, but there is this, at least program operators have all the list of where they participate, but most of the Horizon Europe.
Right, any more questions? No. Really? No more questions? Well, thank you, Vice Minister. I have a question for you. So you mentioned 11 recommendations. And you mentioned as well that since those recommendations came out, some changes have been implemented.
I don't know if that.
Oh, you don't know that? Okay,
yes.
Right. Maybe
it might be
that might be okay. That's an assumption that some changes have been implemented. And from your own experience, comparing this evaluation report with other programs that you evaluate over at the Visionary Analytics, how well this program compares to others in terms of the results, achievements, and potential impact, because as we saw that we can't count the impact as yet.
Actually, we had to work really hard to find those negative aspects and to find those negative things, because out of the feedback from the beneficiaries and also people who implement the program, it was a really huge success. Of course, you can always find, and everyone is saying about some administrative burdens and stuff, but this is in every evaluation. I could say that even from survey responses, there were not that huge, amount of people saying that there's administrative issues. So yeah, as I said, it was quite a task for us to find those negative things, but we always look for all these things. So this was a huge success, and I'm really happy that it was a successful program, which everyone, from what we talked with, are really keen that it would be continued.
And it's great to see that that program obviously leads to applications, funding for other Horizon Europe has been mentioned quite a few times. Yes, there's 2 questions. Chairman first, and then the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you very much for a really interesting report, which we definitely at the Research Council of Lithuania received from you earlier. But I have just one follow-up question. So it's very important to understand how people outside of the network, outside of the scientific communities are perceiving, what's going on and what are the results. Have you tried, in your methodology to reach out to social partners not directly related to the program and get their opinion on the outcomes and possible impacts?
Actually, no, mostly we were evaluating what is internally, so the coherence inside and also the results. So it was not the case to see how others saw it, but that would be a really interesting venue to explore and to see further.
And just to say, obviously, that evaluation has taken place last year. We had 1 year of projects being implemented, and the results probably will be looking different as well amongst the collaboration between universities and partners and donors.
Yeah.
Right, there's another question.
Good morning. Oh, that's loud.
Good morning.
That's okay. Good morning.
I'm Mitjals Grieviņš from Latvia Baltic Studies Center. So I was wondering about the slide where you showed how many publications researchers have published. So basically I have 2 questions. First, could you maybe elaborate on the difference between the 3 countries? Because it seems that there are really substantial differences between Estonia and Latvia, and well, Latvia had the smallest number. But then the second question, you also made the recommendation saying that we should include in the reporting publications that does not include donor countries among the authors. And I wonder, do you have any guess how the numbers on publication would change if we would include these publications as well?
Yes, thank you. So first of all, one thing to note that Estonian program started 1 year earlier, so they had a bit more time to have those publications. Second thing is that still project were in the implementation phase, the publications usually goes after or even after the closure of the project. So this would even come here. The problem what we noticed during the evaluation was that we actually have exact numbers, and I have in my computer. If you're interested, I can talk with you during the break and tell them. I don't know them by heart, but that's, I think, 16 publications could be included in one of the countries and 20 something in other countries, just because they were done only by the Baltic partners and not also including the donor countries. Why this is the case, and also about in general the project implementation, is that the donor partner usually have smaller role in the project, as we note, and one of the things is the cost of their labor, and it's way more expensive. For this reason, in the project, the Baltic participants are doing more, so to say, work, if I can say like that. For this reason, also they were not included in some of the publications, just because the Baltic countries could collaborate and write the reports at their own pace and prices. So this was the case, and because the indicator asks to include also that the publications would be with the donor partners, they were not included. So I have the numbers of how many publications would be in the table. I just don't remember by heart at the moment. I don't know if that answered.
And we have another question. Thank you for that. So something to discuss over the lunch break.
Birgit Jacobsen from the Research Council of Norway.
Welcome.
I just have a comment to that, because
Sure.
The indicators, they are similar in all the countries with whom we are collaborating under the EA grants. So, and their bilateral cooperation is one of the 2 important goals. And it was decided that we should use the same indicators. But I think, and I guess that my partners In the Baltic states, they have an overview or can find these statistics, but we know that it has been a lot of work going on also with publishing publications where the Norwegian partners were not contributing. Yes.
Yeah, and this is also one of the, I think, first recommendation, what I said, is to clearly, that everyone clearly knows what is included in the indicators and they know how to treat all these so that we can see the comparative picture between three countries.
Yeah. One recommendation that we can improve on and learn, once we move forward.
Yeah.
I think so we're finished with the questions, no more questions, so we can thank you once again. Thank you very much,
Thank
Orinta.
you.
Thank you for your time. And you're staying with us, right? Yes. Yes, so the figures, numbers, and the details can be discussed even further. Thank you very much. Right, now let's move to the third part of the session and the panel discussion. And this is where we will discuss, not only we'll reflect on the program that has passed, we have seen recommendations, what can be improved when this program takes a different shape and form with different priorities. But obviously we will reflect with different stakeholders and learn from the best practices, or maybe even the mistakes that we have made. So I would like to invite to this panel discussion Martin Eisman, the member of the Baltic Research Program Committee and Professor Emeritus at the UiT, the Arctic University of Norway. Please. As you're the first one, you can choose wherever you want to sit. You can sit next to me. No? Okay, yep, that's fine. I will sit here, you can sit next to me, that's fine. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Rune Winstedt, Director of Department of International Cooperation at the Research Council of Norway. Rune, please. Hi. Gintaras Valinčius, that you have already seen and had the pleasure to be introduced to, Chairman of the Research Council of Lithuania. Please, Chairman. And Zita Dokovskine, the Head of Technology and Innovation Division, Ministry of Education, Science and Sport of the Republic of Lithuania. Welcome. So welcome to all of you. And as we have time until lunchtime, we do promise we will let you eat after this session and network even further. I will ask as well the questions from the audience. So if during our discussion you have a follow-up question, please raise a hand and the colleagues will bring the microphone to you and then you can just jump in directly to our discussion. So panelists, let's start. What are your reflections of this past program that is now finishing? Who would like to kick off with the first introductory words?
Now we have seen this report from analytics. We have seen the report from the analytics, and it's very much in line my expression of these years of collaboration and being member of the committee. And I must say, I'm very impressed what our researchers have achieved during this time. And I have some experience also within the EU. I've been there since the late 90s as an expert reviewer. And the Baltic countries is something special experience. And I have had also the pleasure to have seen what they are doing by site visits. And it's very impressive, the infrastructure they have built up. And not at least, I sometimes talk to researchers and PhDs, also in the corridors and so, and they are very dedicated people I have met here in the Baltic countries.
And I have to congratulate you because there was one of the positives of the program that you don't really see that often, or from active program committee. There was actually a word active. So
yeah, we found it very interesting and an important task to be involved. Yeah.
Brilliant. What about you, Rune? What are your observations?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I have actually had the pleasure to see this program from two sides. Because when it was sort of incepted, I was working in the FMO. I was head of the programs department at the time. And I remember that we were, very thrilled that we were actually able to establish a cooperation between three countries. That was a novelty in EA and Norway Grant, and still is. So it's the first time where we actually have cooperation across the borders. And I think that's an achievement in itself. And obviously, when you have, I think that was mentioned earlier today, that when you have a cooperation across borders, you will be able to pool resources, you see things from different sides, you have a greater competition.
Yes.
The competition in this program has been very hard. I think it's in average roughly 10% success rate, meaning that the projects that we have are of really high quality, which is obviously good. There is a flip side, obviously, to that as well, because then 90% of those that did apply did not get funding. So that is perhaps also food for thought for the future. I think the absorption capacity in the Baltic states as regards research and innovation is very big. So, for example, in Norway, we have a target to be able to fund 25% of the applicants. We are not there yet, but we are trying, at least when it comes to open research. And in other countries, it's like 20%. But still, it shows that the quality that we get is high. So that is also one observation. And my question earlier, to see it to the consultancy that did the evaluation on what did this result to, when the consortia, they also go together and apply elsewhere. I think that is also a very good result, that we see 28 applicants from this program applying to Horizon Europe. That's sort of, for me, the Champions League, if you put it in football terms. So I think that's also a very good result.
Absolutely. Zita, from the ministries,
yes,
you at the program level.
I also keep in my mind all these keywords: cooperation, experiences, and outputs, results of the projects. And I think it was very challenging and very important to have new experiences to collaborate at first in administrative level for Baltic countries, and also to have really new good cooperation between academia of Baltic countries, and to invite young scientists to participate and to increase their competences. And also I support very much thinking about new projects for Horizon Europe. We are really already second day talking about Horizon Europe and about some kind of success stories in this period. And I think this Baltic research program also helped very much to increase our results, our numbers in Horizon Europe, not only for Lithuania, but also for all Baltic countries, and also for our Scandinavian partners.
Nordic Baltic cooperation, absolutely. Chairman, please.
Thank you very much. So indeed, we all saw the report, and I was really impressed by the output indicator, which captures actually the number of researchers who've been involved in this project. And we all understand that international collaboration, the short-term visits, longer-term visits, as we actually heard from the Vice Minister, what an impact was made in his personal career as a researcher. Visit to Norway, staying in Norway with best scientists, engaging with students in other institutions. So all these, delivers a lot of experience, a lot of new ideas to both continue and deliver, continue research and deliver best possible results in the form of published papers, presentations at the conferences, of course, sometimes intellectual property right formats like patents and other things. But I believe what was still uncaptured in that report is the wider impact of such collaboration, because the wider impact on personal careers, the wider impact on those groups which are outside scientific communities is very important to, figuratively speaking, selling, this type of investment, of programs to the broader society. And I believe, we still have, this opportunity to communicate what has been achieved and what is the potential impact of this program for the international communities and also national societies, both in Nordic countries, Liechtenstein, and of course Baltic countries. So I believe that this is really a big success, But we still need to inform the society about this success in terms understandable by society. So papers is good for us. We understand the value of the papers. We understand the value of the worthless science, as sometimes basic and fundamental research is being called. But the broader society wants to understand, the value of collaborative efforts, the value of joint projects, and the results, which are really impressive, by all counts.
And it's a very good point about the impact, because it takes a number of years for that impact of the program to come into place. But how the projects and the program itself, even now, can demonstrate potential impact to the society. So, where the taxpayers are more willing to invest and contribute to the programs like that. Has there been any thoughts, discussions at the program level committee or with the donors? How can we make it, or maybe from the audience, how can we make this program more visible? What the chairman said, how we can make it more impactful. Yes, here we go. There's a question. I'm going to give you a mic because I'm closer to you. So please share your insights.
Yeah, I'm a member of this program committee from Estonia. And I understand that everybody is agreeing that this was a good program and a useful program. And I think that the definite change would be if we transform this into a continuously functioning program, a special program shared by the research councils of these countries, because I think it is possible, because I think we can share money, and we have already experience talking to each other, and if we have a continuously long-term project, then the strategic priorities will be more clearly defined, and we can plan activities, we can plan participation. I think it is, and this is not contradicting with the EU or whatever. I don't see that also. So,
okay, that's a suggestion. So it's no, very good. So it's a suggestion to that's okay. You can keep it. Maybe you will have other thoughts to say. Yeah, exactly. You can contribute. Just jump in. So it's a continuation, and what we hear from Horizon Europe projects as well, that after 3-4 years, it's not enough just to kill the project or the program. It has to go and for another 3 to 4 years for the technological readiness level to be improved and some impact be generated in the society or for the economy. So, do you have any reflections to the professor who just intervened? Yes,
yeah, I can try at least.
Please.
Of course, it would be good if we could have sort of continuous funding, have some more sort of predictability on how this will be in the future. But as we heard from for example, the Vice Minister earlier today, this is not a priority in Lithuania. Having said that, this is a position. There is still going to be negotiations on what will be the priorities for the future. But obviously, this is also a bit of the nature in EA and our grants, that funding comes sort of in cycles. And we have finished one cycle now, and there's a new cycle. You need to negotiate. There might be new governments, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
So it's actually a very difficult setup to get this predictability. And even in Horizon, we are now discussing, FP10.
Yes.
Will it be FP10? Will it be something else? Will it be a big fund? Competitiveness, we don't know. Obviously, the scientific community would like a new framework program, at least from our perspective. But you know, it's a bit uncertain. And that's unfortunately what we need to deal with. When it comes to you know, the question that you raised earlier, I was sitting thinking, you know, how can how can we demonstrate that? Because that, I think, is a discussion going on in all countries, how to actually demonstrate the value of research, that we are not only doing fund and forget, that we actually care more about what is actually being done on the ground and how does that impact the society. So I think that this is actually something that we need to put more emphasis on in the future, because we actually need to demonstrate that it is important to the society that we do research and innovation.
Yeah.
And
we
what does it
do.
do? And we do.
And we do. The fact is, you all do, but it just doesn't.
Do we do it well enough? I think
Exactly.
that's sort of the question.
Yeah. And Zita, can we pick up the point about the not Lithuania's not involvement in the program?
Yes, today it was, I think, the hardest question for me. I am not the decision maker. It was it was made by the government, but it's really upset. And what we are talking today, maybe sometimes we are happy to have a program, to have projects, and we really measure our outcomes and so on. But maybe not enough showing what the outcomes for society, and sometimes we lose moment to do it. And yes, for the moment, government made a decision to have another priorities, and our Baltic Research Council is not in. But we already discussed with with Ginteras. I want to say with Ginteras, but we discussed already what to do because we really want to be in that program. But so we have to think about maybe alternative instruments, and we still think that we have to keep this collaboration and to focus or to suggest our ideas for other instruments for collaboration. So I have no answer for the moment.
Okay, but at least we address the elephant in the room, so that's okay.
Yes.
We know that there's a planning happening. There will be discussions, negotiations, taking into account political and geopolitical situations. Martin, you would like to react?
It's very important dissemination of
Going
our
back to the impact,
results
yeah.
to stakeholders and not at least politicians, you know. Enough just with the report. Try to meet in person, report in person, you know. They are very busy. They have a lot of
yes, priorities.
reports and things and everything. I think it's my experience. And also on different levels, on top level, but also different.
Absolutely.
Get familiar with the importance of research. If you talk about research, what it's good for, you know.
Exactly.
But we must, in a way, sell the results of our research.
Yes, unfortunately, I think many researchers think, oh, selling my results is just important. It is, they are important, but in order to get the funding, you need to be a salesman of the research results too. Yes, Ruud.
Yeah, I would like to speak more about elephant.
Yes, elephant in the room. Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Please.
No,
yeah.
but I completely agree. It's very important to demonstrate to those that actually make the decisions, and in this case, it's probably the Minister of Finance in Lithuania and the same in the two other Baltic countries, what research actually can contribute to. And looking at the geopolitical situation, of course, I have sympathy and I understand the Lithuanian position, but you know, this is also research team. So you know, research is very important in these areas, and we do a lot of research in those areas, and that can be also increased and strengthened in the future. So I don't see any sort of conflicting issues here. So research is very important in this context, and also if you look at important reports that have been published this year. I'm talking about the Letta report, the Draghi report, two former Italian prime ministers that have given some advice to the EU, and also Heiter that recently came, and all say the same. Europe is lagging behind. We actually need to step up. We need to really put a lot of emphasis on research, innovation, and also education to be able to sort of be a strong region in the world. So this is important, and this, I think we have a joint responsibility to convene this to our politicians, that they see that research and innovation is actually very important in the current geopolitical status.
And it's not only about the fundamental research, applied research as well is a tool to advance this competitiveness and innovation even further. But let's go back to our, there's a hand, yes, please.
Thank you. I just want to get back to the communication on how we reach out to end users. And basically, if we look at Horizon Europe and some of the clusters there, they have been operating heavily with these concepts of participatory approach, multi-actor approach, then interactive innovation, basically making end users as a valuable partner in decision-making on what we are doing, which is, well, on one hand, it makes sure that there are these end users for project results, but on the other hand, it also sort of changes how we make decisions about research, because it suddenly becomes very difficult to make these large topics, because sort of if you make end user as one of the decision makers, and obviously the decisions will be much more localized. So I wonder, do you see that these local programs like the one we are talking about today could actually take the sort of same route and become more localized in the decision making? What are the major topics there?
Can we start with you, Martin, as a program committee member?
I should mention our present topics we had during the past period. It's good to know. It's technology and innovation development, economic, social, and cultural challenges, public health, culture, creativity, and inclusive society, and finally, cyber security. These are have been the topics for the present program. And if you have a look to Brussels, to the EU, as a big present budget was launched. It's about 95 billion euros. 5 billion.
Yes, it is. That's correct.
A lot of money.
Yes.
And euros are 35% allocated to climate.
Yes.
Program Horizon Europe, as it's called now, has 5 missions. Climate change, again, of course, cancer, healthy oceans,
yes,
and also
soil,
together with inland waters. 4th is climate neutral smart cities, and finally health. So we have these topics in mind. Planning.
You're planning the new
research.
program and
yeah,
of the research program.
International programs. Yeah.
Okay.
I am a member of program committee from Lithuania and would like to say several words concerning the benefits of the prolongation of this program. First of all, the continuing collaboration and sustainable collaboration is significantly better than accidental collaboration when the group of researchers connect together for a short period. And the second point, that we maybe need to also assess some economical benefit of this program. Many participants of this program, the experience obtained during their research projects further use for application to Horizon programs, and not of course all, but some want that, and money from European come back to Lithuania, and so we could also calculate some economical benefits, and it is also argument for prolongation the program in all three Baltic countries.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Here we go. And that kind of complements what the chairman was saying, that we actually need to evaluate and contribute. But going back to, any of you want to reflect, and then we can go back to our region.
No, I think this is a very important point. As I've said before, this is really, researchers getting together, creating consortia. We see that they meet again in other sort of applications. That's brilliant, and I would like to see more of that. So when we are talking about the future, and if there is a new program, I still hope we should not give up, and
No, we shouldn't.
Really try to push as much as we can for a new period. This is something that we should take into account. For my part, I've been a champion for trying to align EA and Norway grants as much as possible to the framework program to make this sort of happen even easier. I think that's important also, as this was mentioned from the audience earlier here, on to involve end users. Yes. That is a discussion that is also going on everywhere. We just came from a global research council meeting a couple of weeks ago, where we also discussed co-creation. So this is also something that we need to take into account when a new program is designed.
Chairman, would you like to contribute? And then
yes, definitely. I would like to add to what you said already, that the value of such collaboration is obviously enormous. It's only a matter how we can communicate this value. And Professor Limas-Kupčinskas rightfully pointed out that, even though, putting these things plain on the table, you can see that, if participation in Baltic research program triggered, collaborations which led to joint applications and successful joint applications for the Horizon Europe program, definitely this is a clear, benefit for the country, participating country, getting back money from the Horizon program, because every country is paying to that program, for the budget of the European Union. So we are getting back, based on the competitive, in the competitive processes. But speaking about the benefits, I also would like to stress, the benefit of collaboration between implementing agencies, agencies like Norwegian Research Council. Just a couple of months ago, we had a lot of people from the Research Council of Lithuania visiting, Oslo, and having, mutual learning exercises. I believe this will allow us to continue this program, which triggered, such mutual learning exercises, will let us continue discussing and talking about how the links between Lithuania, Norway in particular, and in general between other countries in the program can be developed into joint funding programs, joint undertakings in involving, companies, and of course, maybe in some cases also, some doctoral studentships, postdoc, programs and things like this. So I'm very optimistic. And to be honest with you, what I heard today from Vice Minister, I think this is interim decision, not the final decision. We have, a change of the parliament or the government, and definitely new people who are coming, may have, different opinion on prolongation or diverting this money to this or that area. So we as an agency will definitely put a lot of efforts, but, addressing the community, scientific communities, help us to help you. So to participate in this program, tell us what is the benefit. We all understand the scientific, the benefit of expanding knowledge, horizon of knowledge. We understand as scientists, but we need to explain, the benefit for the people who don't understand this. But they have a power to make a decision where to direct public funding and where the biggest value for the society is in that funding.
So it's very much a collective effort, isn't it? So we need to hear from you. So talk to the donors, talk to the representatives of the program and the program committee and members, and plainly tell what have been the benefits so we can record them, report them, and convince our governing bodies that this program should and has to continue. Martin, you wanted to reflect.
We have seen on the tables there are a lot of researchers active in this project, and especially young PhD students, postdocs, and so on. Have you seen? And I think it's very important that we are sending out our young people. You know, we had the pandemic, and many researchers have a feeling of deprivation. You know,
Absolutely.
we have been deprived from contacts with other colleagues, going to conferences, also related to very important out our young.
Absolutely,
And
we
they
have to
deserve it
develop
also
them.
to get input, contact, possibilities for.
And it's great to hear that what we're tackling with this program is not only early career researchers, that we are the established researchers, but even the competencies between the agencies. So we can learn even the agencies how to administer, how to get together the program committees. The competencies are being learned even at administrative level. So that's another value added. But going back to the program itself and its success, we definitely are celebrating here success. We have heard that there's rare programs that we have to look for the minuses. How have you seen this Nordic Baltic program change the region? What were the changes since it started, and where are we now? Please, Martin. Oh, Rune.
Well, at least one change is that the three countries are cooperating more. That is actually up to you to say, but at least from my perspective and from the EA grants perspective, we see a cooperation that we haven't seen before. I'm also in the Nordforsk board, and I see that we have increasingly also more participation from the Baltic countries in the Nordforsk calls. That is always an opportunity. I welcome that. And my thinking is also, if there is a new period, we should try to also link to the Nordic cooperation in addition to the European cooperation. So that is also an opportunity that actually lies there. And I've been discussing with the director of Nordforsk, and I think he has also been discussing with you guys. So he's very interested. The board, at least from my part, we are interested. So I think, regardless of whether or not there will be a new period, there will be sort of increased cooperation also at the Nordic level. But, to have funds like this facilitate cooperation more.
And gives confidence, I suppose, to the researchers to go apply and develop their skills too. Zita, from your point of view, how this program changed us, all of us who are participating, the donors including?
Maybe I was not so much involved in this program management process, and I still have really nice experiences how collaboration increased, and I think this is the most the biggest benefit for not only for scientists, also for research administrative organizations. And now we are talking about very challenging our geopolitical situation and about cooperation in other areas, in defense and so. But so we can show as very good example how we evolutionize our processes, and it could show some kind of evolution of cooperation in other areas. So we have to take these experiences for other areas of our cooperation also.
And Martin, from what point of view?
One more comment concerning the administrative part of the project. In the beginning, there were some problems. Many partners, for example, from Norway, found it was very bureaucratic, you know. They had to complete many forms, and they finally said, "Oh, we cannot collaborate because we have to employ a special person for all these forms." But this has changed, and the administration has become much more
Mhm.
in the past years.
Yes, I think administrative burden is a comment from every single program. We can hear the same. There's not. There should be less administration streamlined in Horizon Europe, the national funding. So it's everywhere. But it's nice to hear that it has changed. But as we are talking positively and looking forward ahead and really hoping that we will be part of this program, I just wonder what the new priorities can be set. And Chairman, maybe we can start with you. I'm not going to say if, when we continue with this program further, where should be the focus, this Nordic-Baltic cooperation?
Well, as I said, in my opinion, one of the biggest achievements is building human capital. So collaborations, collaborating people, it may sound, a little bit of a paradox, but, the intervention from Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, helped building better ties within Baltic countries. So that's also kind of a side benefit of things, because people come together, they share, the results of the projects, they understand each other. Another thing, of course, which we need to take into account is that, many things in terms of, kind of a research management at the macro level, at the country level, are dependent on the context, cultural context. What works well in the United States may not necessarily work in small countries. What works well in southern countries looks different, from the standpoint of research administrators in the Nordic countries. So I believe, that this program created unique opportunities to kind of team up together people with similar cultural backgrounds and addressing, especially it's important, and when addressing, those absolutely new technological challenges, for example, like penetration of the artificial intelligence technologies to research process, both on the researcher side and on the funding agency side. And also on evaluators who may now evaluate differently the impact of science. So just a few weeks in Tallinn, we had a session where funding agencies representatives were sharing their experiences, plans. So I believe first of all, of course, we as an agency will put all possible efforts to continue participating in this program. So I don't know, I cannot tell that this will be successful or not successful, but we do our best, together with the ministry. We will definitely work closely with the ministry. And we try to stay here, either receiving direct contributions to the program, or, as Vice Minister pointed out, we definitely have now financial capacity to fund, this participation from different funds, actually our funds, but from different programs. So, in my opinion, this is a very, very prospective program because of all, aspects I mentioned before. But also, it definitely will provide new opportunities, especially for the younger scientists, to delve into important problems, all those problems which you listed just a few minutes ago, and understand that science is not just purely for just satisfaction of individual scientists. This is just for the benefit of society, and when this benefit will be obvious for a person on the street who has no understanding what science is about, there will be investment, there will be support from the society, and I'm definitely advocating for the future programs to open up more towards the society, to involve more, people from outside scientific communities to planning what needs to be done with programs, and also evaluating, being an active observers of what's going on in the program.
And in terms of thematic areas, do you see them changing, and what new thematic areas the program could introduce?
Well, I'm sure scientists could better answer this question,
but it's like a wish list. What we would like. Is there a wish list we have?
I just pass over to the scientific side.
I get sometimes comments both from Norway, from colleagues, and also here when I discuss with some people. people are lacking research in the social area, you know. Mostly our program is dominated by the so-called STEM
As we heard, yeah.
areas, you know, STEM, science, technology, economy, and mathematics.
Yes.
Called. And maybe there is some space or necessity even for improvement. And I was checking some year ago, after some discussion, the publication in this social field, social factors in the three Baltic countries, the past 10 or 50 years I was checking, and there are very few publications. And we have this problem of immigration.
Yes.
And integration, inclusion, and so on, is something more could be, which would provide us very useful information for planning in our societies.
So social sciences are there. That's the thematic, yes.
God's thematic areas, I won't preempt because there will be, first of all, we need to agree on the program, and then we need to agree on the content. And obviously, from our perspective, we have a long-term plan for research with 5 areas, which are Norwegian priorities. But we need to find common priorities. I think that's sort of the point here, that we need to find things that are of interest to all of us to collaborate on. Having said that, tactically, I think that we should put resilience quite high on the list.
We have heard that.
To be able to convince politicians in these 3 countries that research is relevant also in that area. But apart from that, I would, really like to have a collaborative process also on what should we actually cooperate on in the future.
Is it?
I think your question is more related to project implemented.
Yeah, I know.
The audience.
I'm asking you, and then I said,
Yes,
watching. Are there any raised hands? A wish list that we would
think-
like to hear? Is a wish? Oh, here we go. Please, what is your wish list? What would you like to see in the program?
All right. Thank you for putting me on spot. So I'm Einards from Alice project from Latvia. And our wish list, obviously, right now is green carbon-free aluminum, which is going to be very, very big, as I'll try to tell you during my presentation. But sustainability and resilience is a good point. And I would like to... Well, obviously, hydrogen for us, again, is super important. But everything is eventually material-based. And the knowledge that we can generate now, and we have generated, and other partners have generated, is a really strong basis. I think we would be glad to give feedback on and participate in the building next program.
Co-designing.
Yes, and I would like to, if I'm here, I would like to also push back maybe on the marketing of science.
Didn't say
as
marketing.
Much, well, when you say that we have
convincing the society.
Yes, when we have to convince
result.
society, that is basically marketing, and there are a certain amount of researchers who just don't want that. I want to be in my lab, I want to develop new tech, and that's it. So I think for the next program, it would be great to have a science communicator or a project that communicates science within the program. And that would be just the best way how we could amalgamate all the research that is being done and then communicate to the public. And I don't have to, I mean, I have a burden of writing papers and administrative things. I just don't have time to do in addition. Although obviously we've done that.
And you're doing that now, so but you're preaching to the converted already.
Yeah, so communicating is just a subset. Someone else could do that, and we would be glad to explain and give feedback, etc. But just separate the competencies. And then the second thing, for the technology development, I would suggest that there's a clearer connection between the results of the project and, let's say, next step We know that there's Horizon. Okay, that's great. But what then, right? And at what technology level can I apply there or here? So for the next round, it would be great that let's say there's some sort of roadmap that how you connect to that program or this program, because now we are applying. I mean, tomorrow is the deadline for the next proposal.
It is.
But it's not for us, for example, for the results. It might be next year or in 2 years where the topic really matches. So I think that would be a very, very good implementation also. So the transfer, the next step on the wish list.
Very good. That's the wish list. Very good. Thank you very much. Yes, Chairman.
Aurelia, I just want to follow up on your question about topics. Indeed, I fully agree that one part, not only in this program, but also in the programs of the Research Council of Lithuania, and to some extent also to the Horizon Europe, is still undervalued. The value of social science, social sciences, and in many aspects humanities. As a representative of the natural sciences, my background is physical chemistry. In my youth years, I believed if you understand how nature works, you rule the world. Not at all. So you should understand what is the soul of society, why society is behaving irrationally, why the wars are, coming. Yes, I fully understand the energy, green energy, hydrogen, everything is important. But the green world is dependent on not how we produce the energy, but how we use the energy, what we need from this world, material world. And these questions can be answered by people who understand how human soul works, not how nature works, but how human soul works. So that's why I believe future programs, if possible, can be also looked into in this perspective, and good, really social researchers can be initiated, answering those most important questions of today reality, determining today reality.
Where the new framework program after Horizon Europe will be going, the human-centered as a word is being mentioned in the Heiter report, and the mandatory involvement in many projects of social sciences and humanities researchers in order to adapt the results of the projects that produce. Because a lot of projects, they produce the results and they sit on the shelf, or they don't reach other technological readiness levels. So we're well ahead with the thinking. We align with European Commissions and thinking and the independent reports. So hopefully this can be transferred to the national and the Research Baltic programs. As we're coming to the close of this session, we have heard of some. We talked about the advantages, how amazing it is for the collaboration, and we heard about the wish list, what to implement, what to change. So retrospectively looking at the program, what can be improved for the next one? Martin, shall we start with you, and then we'll close with.
What can be improved?
Yes, we have heard what worked, what didn't work. It mainly worked, but still, well, there's something you think, next time we should do this better.
Maybe it was one of the comments, according to maybe it should be more, get more direct information about our.
Mm-hmm. So from the committee's perspective, the clear functions.
And otherwise, the committee works very well,
Clearly active
it's related.
committee.
I think we have so much culture and so in common, If you have been in other, for example, in Brussels, in other committees, it's a lot of discussions. But we come to the point and we respect each other and get to a common final decision.
And you only that, you visit the sites and the projects.
Yeah, exactly. That's very important. We have to meet, and some people say, I have no time to go to meetings and so, but we have to meet in all levels, the young scientists, even the senior scientists and the decision makers. We have to meet, not only by
Teams or Zoom.
or by Zoom or so.
Brilliant. Okay.
In real, yeah.
Zita?
I would follow recommendations of visionary analytics. They have really good recommendations how to improve the program management and also outcomes. So I still think about these two slides where these recommendations were put it on. So I think it's good to think about it.
Yeah, follow through and see what Chairman, and we will conclude with Rune.
So is that a conclude?
Yes. So.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, the Research Council of Lithuania would put efforts, to continue participation in one or another format. We really look for, more joint projects and joint applications in the Horizon program by the members of previous program, and if possible, of course, we would like to have some very important recommendations by Visionary Analytics, like more communication, less bureaucracy, less paper reports, more kind of a live interaction between scientists in the form of seminars, some interim gatherings which would show what's going on around, and how the team efforts can be concentrated in one or another field of important field of research.
Brilliant.
Just general.
Thank you very much. Arun, let's conclude this session. And what have been your insights?
Thank you. Yeah, I've been asked to sum up. I must say that this has been perhaps one of the more fun panels I've participated in.
Oh, thank you to all the public. Thank you all for all your contributions.
Yeah, we have been a bit all over the place, but I've tried to note a few things down. We talked a lot about impact.
Yes.
We need actually to be even better to demonstrate how the wider impact of the program is, both on personal careers, on the society as such. From the audience, we got a very concrete proposal. I think that was actually a very good proposal, so I'll bear that in mind. The connections that we have established during this program has been very important, both in building human capital, as Kintara said. There is this benefit of us working together, both researcher to researcher, but also councils to councils.
Yes.
So there's a lot of things to build on there. I've also noted down that for the next round, because we have already agreed that there will be a next round, we just need to push a bit to get there. But that social sciences and humanities will be important.
Yep.
In addition to resilience, I maintain that. Probably on sort of the improvement side, administrative burden, we always need to, I know everybody's nagging about that in all fora, but I think we should constantly keep an eye on it and see where we can improve. But also perhaps to align as much as possible to other programs, so it's easier to link also to the next. I would also, this, as I said, to start with, this is the first real collaboration across borders in EA and Norway grants. I think that is something that we should be proud of and that we should really try to maintain. Yes. We have, and we will see more examples later today of the projects. They are really good. It's extremely good results, extremely good projects. So I really look forward to also get a presentation of them. We know that with these results that we have, very few of the projects get funding, only 10% in average. Also says that there is a need for more funding. So that's also a message to the politicians. It's a well-managed program. I think that goes for all the research programs. they have more or less 100% absorption rate, meaning that all the funds are actually used for the purpose. That cannot be said for the rest of the program areas in the EA and Norway grants. That's a major point to the politicians, because then the money actually stays in your country. Very few irregularities. That's also very good. And I think this we touched upon that as well, the Nordic perspective, because I see, okay, Baltic is also a region, but we have the wider Nordic region, which is important. I would really like to see more cooperation in the Nordic region, but also obviously in the European region. So that is also very important. Yeah, and finally, you know, we all agree that there is sort of a sense of urgency for Europe now. We need to step up on research and innovation to not lag behind. I think everybody agree on that, but we also need to communicate that research and innovation is a crucial part for not lagging behind in the world. And it's not too late.
It's not, not too late. And this never too late. And this program demonstrates that it actually can be done if we continue with this, maybe in slightly different form, but still make sure continue collaborative. Thank you very much to our panelists. And thank you all for participating. There's a question? We have a question. Oh, a final question. Okay. Where is that person who wants to ask a question? Okay, so here we go. Let's close with you.
It was actually about wish list.
Okay.
And the keyword would be social resilience. And the more exact keyword is to explain to society what is climate change and what is not climate change, to avoid climate panic, which is now growing everywhere in the world. And why this is important for this particular program. If the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation will stop, it's a very complicated name, but it's just a heat pump which provides heat to Scandinavia and the Baltic states. If that would stop, then we can expect cooling here between 2 and 6 degrees Celsius. If it doesn't stop, we can expect here warming by about 2 degrees. And this is a major crossroads in which we are living. And I think that we should know about that first. And second, it must be very clear message to society to avoid really climate panic, which would be the strongest in this particular area from Iceland to the Baltic states.
Well, what a point to finish this off, isn't it? Bravo, thank you. If you have other wishes, do come during the lunchtime. You know who you need to talk to now, so do express them. So thank you once very much. It was a great panel. It was a great conversation with the audience, and I'll invite you now all to have lunch. We have 1 hour and a half for the lunch and networking, so you don't need to rush straight away. And that is correct, isn't it? We're all going for the lunch downstairs, and it's 1 hour. A what? Oh, videos, yes. You see, I got so excited about going for lunch that we forgot the videos. Let's stay a few more minutes. I will invite you to sit back and watch Estonian and Latvian project videos. Thank you very much.
Consider the vast array of books and dissertations in this old academic library. The majority of books here are written in Latin, the old lingua franca, German and Russian. Far fewer books here are written in languages such as Swedish and Estonian. Nowadays, in the digital realm, English is the dominant language of academic texts. But where does that leave languages such as Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian in this landscape? The BeWrite project addresses this question. We focus on the academic writing cultures of Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian. Our goal is to understand and document the specific writing traditions and linguistic patterns of these languages in academic contexts. Our methodology is data-driven. We've compiled a comprehensive corpus of academic texts, including thousands of BA, MA, and PhD dissertations, as well as research articles spanning 30 years. This collection serves as the foundation for our analysis. We have investigated the role of the academic format and how rhetorical functions are unfolding in relation to the structure of academic articles in Estonian, Latvian, and Lithuanian. We believe that B-Write echoes the challenges of the global scientific agenda, which is to promote multilingualism in scientific communication and reduce biases in academic assessment. With our presentations and our publications, we emphasize the importance and the legitimate value of small languages in academia.
Hello, my name is Leo Tedersoo and I'm a research professor in mycorrhizal studies in the University of Tartu. I'm a principal investigator of the project SAK, which is a collaboration between Norway and Baltic countries, and it has also external partners from Finland and Denmark. The main objective of SAK is to develop new methods for sustainable management of forest, including reforestation of former agricultural land, especially from the perspectives of carbon sequestration and soil biodiversity. Additional objectives of SAK include development of methods for better quantitative assessment of microbial abundance, functionality, and biodiversity.
Good afternoon again. Do you think we're ready to start? Yeah, I can see them heads nodding. We're right on time, and most of the audience came back from lunch and the coffee break and networking. It's great to see how everybody's embracing the collaboration and this mutual understanding. When I came in this morning, I saw people from different countries hugging each other and saying, hey, it's nice to see you here. So what we have seen in the evaluation report, it actually translates in real communication and interaction between all of us. So welcome back to our conference and the second session. In the first session, we have discussed the program. We looked at the program level. We have a wish list. I hope you have added to that wish list already during the lunch break. But now we're going to delve into projects, and we see actually those results and impact, and hopefully we'll hear about the challenges in implementing those collaborative projects. So it's all about looking how those projects created novelties for today and actually paving the way for the future. We're going to hear from 3 projects, and after all the 3 project presentations, and I will invite the speakers back to the stage, and you will have time to ask the questions. So make sure, keep in mind all the information, and please be active as you have been active in the first part of the session. To kick off our today's presentations, we're going to wait a few minutes because we want to show you a video. We finished last time with 2 videos from Estonia and Latvia, and now is the time for a video from Lithuanian projects. So all attention to the screens.
Šiuo metu programa finansuoja 12 projektų, kuriems vadovauja Lietuvos universitetai arba mokslo institutai. Ir jie dirba projektuose su partneriais iš Baltijos šalių, tai yra Latvijos ir Estijos partneriais, taip pat ir su donorų partneriais. Donorai yra Lichtenšteinas, Islandija ir Norvegija. Ir programa finansuojama yra iš Europos ekonominės erdvės mechanizmų.
AHR molekulės reguliuojamas kelias tikėtina padeda išvengti piktybiniams augliams, navikams, leukocitų, imuninių ląstelių atakos prieš jas. Mums pavyko patvirtinti tyrimų metu, kad bent jau tokiamis dirbtinėmis sąlygomis galima pagerinti chemoterapinių vaistų poveikį šitoms ląstelėms bent 60–80%.
Suformuoti efektyvūs, katalitiškai aktyvūs, elektrochemiškai stabilūs katalizatoriai, kuriuose cheminės reakcijos energija paverčiama elektros energija, taip mažinant CO2 emisiją, nes kai kurios naudojamas vandenilis, metanolis, borhidridas ir kiti kurai. Ir taip pat būtent katalizatoriai yra gaunami iš atliekų.
Priėmė išvadas, kad lietuvių, sakykime, įmonių ir jų darbuotojų imlumas tom žiniom, inovacijom yra pakankamai didelis. Manytina, kad visos tos bendros veiklos, bendros įmonės, kur yra to užsienio kapitalo rezultate, duos mums naujų mūsų įmonių, kurios galbūt tiesiogiai konkuruos su tom įmonėm, kurios šiuo metu laikomas užsienio kapitalo įmonėmis.
Prisidėsime prie bendrų pasaulinių žinių naujų generavimo, prisidėsime būtent padėdami suprasti, kaipgi bakterijų DNR produktai ar pačios bakterijos galėtų patekti į mūsų kraujotaką ir keliauti į gretutinius organus, ar galbūt netgi perduoti tam tikrus signalus svarbius ligos vystymuisi.
Klimato kaita neišvengiamai paveiks Šiaurės šalių ir Baltijos šalių aplinką ir žemės ūkis bus tas sektorius, kuris vienas labiausiai pajus klimato kaitos pokyčius. Inicijavome šį projektą Nobel Lead, kuris yra finansuojamas Baltijos mokslinio tyrimų programos, kad sukurti naujus įrankius spartesniai kviečių selekcijai. Spartesnė kviečių selekcija galėtų paspartinti, sukurti naujus genotipus, naujus veisles, kurios būtų labiau pristaikiusios prie to kintančio klimato ir labiau atitinkantis ateities klimato iššūkius.
We started with the assumption that religion is seen as an obstacle for implementation of gender equality. The world we found is much more complex, that women we interviewed had to find their ways through the structures which they believed were connected to religion. But on the other hand, that the public discourse has also played a key role on the way they saw gender equality.
Siekime sukurti, pagerinti naujos kartos saulės elementus. Šiuose saulės elementuose išbandytos Kauno technologijos universitete susintetintos naujos medžiagos. Šių elementų vienas iš privalumų yra tai, kad jie gali sugerti ne tik tiesioginę saulės šviesą, bet ir atsispindėjusią nuo paviršiaus. Šie saulės elementai galėtų būti naudingi būtent šiaurės regionuose, kadangi juose yra mažiau saulėtų dienų, taipogi žiemos metu iškrinta ganėtinai daug sniego, taigi tokie saulės elementai galėtų surinkti dalį šviesos, atsispindėjusios nuo sniego ir tai pagerintų prietaiso našumą.
Šio projekto tikslas, kurį mes darome, yra sukurti internetinę industrinę platformą skirtą stebėti ir atlikti diagnostiką elektrinių įrenginių. Visiems šitiems darbams atlikti puikiai tinka panaudoti įvairūs dirbtinio intelekto modeliai, kurie leidžia iš sukauptų duomenų pasakyti tikimybiškai, kada gali įvykti gedimas.
Turime tikslą sukurti metodiką, pagrįsti savo metodiką mokslu ir pagerinti kibernetinio saugumo kompetencijas. Pirmiausiai, kibernetinį saugumą žiūrime kaip į informatikos mokslo ir studijų kryptį, o taip pat mūsų komandoje yra psichologai ir genetikai, nes kibernetinio incidento centre visada vis tiek yra žmogus, netgi jeigu tai yra programinės įrangos klaida.
Mokiniams buvo suteiktos kitos galimybės, tai yra stebėti procesus, juos filmuoti, juos analizuoti, tai yra vykdyti tas profesinio rengimo veiklas, kurios yra prasmingos ir įtraukios, ir įgalinančios mokinį tapti tikrų profesionalų.
Mūsų projektas apsiėmė pagaminti tvarę valgomąją dangą, kurią jūs čia matote, aš laikau rankoje. Dabar mes visi kalbam apie švarę pakuotę, kad maiste būtų tik tai maistui būdingos medžiagos. Tai va, kaip matote, ruošdami mūsų dangą, mes paėmėm maistinės antrinės žaliavas, taip vadinamas atliekas, ir panaudojom jas dangos gamybai. Čia yra visi valgomi dalykai sudėti į mūsų dangą. Mes suteikiam sūriui apsaugą, naudodami tai, kas jau yra gamtoje. Nieko nesintetiname.
Projekto išvados yra reikšmingos ne tik ekonominės politikos formuotojams, bet potencialiai ir verslininkams. Mūsų projekto kolegų iš Norvegijos tyrimas parodo, jog įmonių valdymas gali būti svarbi dimensija, kaip geriau prisitaikyti prie neigiamų sukrėtimų. Pavyzdžiui, šeimos įmonės patiria mažesnius neigiamus padarinius negu įprasta medianinė įmonė ekonomika. Mes taip pat randame, kad tokie sprendimai, kaip investicijos į inovacijas, produktyvumą, o taip pat naujų prekybos partnerių paieška bei kai kurių ryšių išlaikymas, tarkime, neprekiaujant ypač daug, gali būti tiesiog pigesnė arba lengvesnė prisitaikymo priemonė, kuomet paklausa arba kitos aplinkybės staiga ir netikėtai pasikeičia.
Projektai turės reikšmę ne tik mokslui, bet ir įtaką visuomenį, įvairiom socialiniam grupėm. Lietuvos universitetai bei mokslo institutai, tyrėjai ir visas Baltijos regionas tampa labiau matomas. Ir ne tik Europoje, bet net ir visame pasaulyje. Ta iš tikrųjų liudija atstovai projektuose, kad jie sulaukia jau dabar pasiūlymų jungtis į kitus projektus arba atlikti tam tikras užduotis.
Well, thank you. I'm not sure how about you, but for me, watching all videos from all 3 countries, I had this overwhelming feeling inside that, wow, what an amazing program and how much it has achieved. It must continue. And this, from every single video, we can see the clear direct link to the society and the benefits. It's just let's communicate it more because honestly, it's pretty outstanding. As well, what we have touched upon is a lack of social science and humanities projects being funded, but we have seen quite a few examples, and our first presenter today in this session is from social sciences and humanities, and I'm pleased to invite Helen Kastik, project coordinator from University of Tartu, who will talk about her project and share her insights. Please, Helen, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Aurelia. And I would like to thank the Research Council of Lithuania for this beautifully organized event and for the invitation to come to speak and relive some of the most beautiful and exciting memories that we have from our project. I coordinated the Restored Sites and Roads project, which means that my duties there were mostly administrative ones. So I took care of all the agreements and contracts and budgeting and reporting and audits and things like that. However, with my own academic background in folklore studies, I was also a little bit engaged in supportive academic activities as well, ensuring I could, at the very least, decipher the long and a little bit cryptic title of our project and describe its thematic essence. We were funded from the first Estonian call, and our project was carried out with University of Tartu as the main lead partner. And the project's website was launched in 2020. You can still access it. And this has been our main platform to reach stakeholders, local authorities, and of course other research groups. So in short, our aim was to study place lore and to understand how different people and how different communities make places meaningful. So how places get domesticated, how abandoned places get revived, and how these places are stored and then restored, and how they are performed in different practices. Our working group, our international group, should I? Our international team was led by Professor Ülo Valk from University of Tartu. We had partners from all the other Baltic countries and Norway. And we were also very happy to have Professor Marian Bowman with us as external expert from UK, the Open University. Our team had diverse disciplinary backgrounds with people coming from religious studies, vernacular religion, folkloristics itself had a very big presence, but also heritage studies, cultural history, narrative theory, and all these different skills and knowledge complemented one another in our attempt to work out a suitable methodology and conceptual framework to study place lore. We had to adapt to new circumstances quite in the beginning of the project. Human studies were very strongly affected by the lockdown, perhaps more than many other scientific fields. So it was a great luck that our PIs knew each other prior to the project and were already to some extent familiar with each other's perspectives and materials and methods. So we just kind of had the luck to move our relationship to a new environment, because I can imagine it would be so much more harder to start this kind of interdisciplinary and international collaboration online. And when I looked back at the photos from my project, then it was very well also depicted on these pictures, because the first period was full of people looking annoyed and concerned and not understanding how a meeting oil works, and just trying to connect all the wires and just looking concerned and kind of unhappy. However, as time went on, the photos also told a different story, showcasing many happy faces and smiles and shining eyes. And really you can see how engaged the conversations were from the pictures, truly celebrating these gatherings and the joy of direct discussions. So as the project progressed, we were able to meet face to face, and we made the most of these opportunities. Conferences are anyway very vital working format in humanities. So we decided to organize special panels in all the most relevant conference areas in the field. And we often stayed an extra night after the official program had ended, just to organize our project seminars and project meetings. We also were quite fortunate that several of these conferences happened to take place in the Baltic states over the course of our project. So we could stay even 1 or 2 extra nights and organize little field trips to these sites that our local partners had studied and researched, just to gain a little bit more deeper understanding of the material they are working with and of the context of their material. So what is place law? And how to study local places in an international working group? Place law means, to put it most simply, folklore about places, about sites, and about natural objects and buildings that can be found there. Whereas the term itself is quite recent, it was only coined in the 1990s. That type of folklore, of course, has been collected also earlier in all the countries involved. But no comparative research as such had been done before. And we focus primarily on these places that have religious or spiritual or mythological significance, such as sacred sites, holy places, pilgrimage routes, and heritage locations. And what we wanted to understand is these dynamics, how stories travel across generations over time, which stories about places are still relevant even when hundreds of years go by, and which stories get forgotten and why, and which stories are replaced, and of course, which new stories will be created about places. And also, abandoned places might be revived in light of contemporary values, in light of contemporary societal challenges. And for folklorists and heritage specialists, of course, it is especially intriguing to observe these instances when a place is portrayed as ancient, even if we know very well that it does not have a long history. So why this invented tradition is important and what people try to achieve with this understanding. Of course, we have to count in the local differences in such a study, such as historical factors in religion. Of course, Protestant traditions are more important in Estonia, in northern Latvia, in Norway, and Catholicism in Lithuania. We cannot ignore the impact of state-sponsored atheism and Marxist-Leninist ideologies of Soviet Union. But despite this really important and relevant differences, we actually really revealed many similarities in reviving heritage places and many surprising similarities. So I shall give you some examples of few types of places that were studied in this project. So you just will have a little bit more understanding. I do not expect you to know much about folklore studies. So this is why you will understand how different these places were and how different this material was that contributed eventually to this method and to this conceptual framework. At first, some pilgrimage destinations and pilgrims, for instance, was one relevant type of places, because pilgrimage routes were studied in all countries, as these are gaining more popularity also in Protestant communities. It is not just specifically Catholic phenomenon anymore. And actually nowadays we do not have to talk purely about religious pilgrimages. It is also very important to keep in mind that people define their being on pilgrimage as a spiritual experience, where the aspects of well-being and health are more important, the walking part, of course. But we also have to talk about cultural pilgrimages. Very interesting type of sites were also new spirituality places. And here in this picture you can see the pyramid of Merkiene, one of the most well-known places in Lithuania, which introduces itself as a healing and spiritual experience, and it is visited by thousands of people each year. And their tomb is also quite a remarkable landmark in itself. But let's see comparison from Estonian context. Here in this picture you can see a Baltic German manor house from the 18th century. This is Kirna Manor. It has a free-form park. You can see old trees in this picture, also flower beds and bushes. And we can also see some benches. But these are not usual benches. These are healing benches. And they are positioned specifically on spots where they are expected to channel healing earth energy to cure different conditions and diseases. So this Kirna Manor is not celebrating its Baltic German history or heritage. It is barely put on display anywhere in the manor house, but it is entirely restored as a healing and spiritual center. And as such, this is also very much visited, and it has gained several prizes and recognition for developing local tourism. So another a little bit surprising example, perhaps on the first glance, is Isvara Temple in Estonia. Lilleoru Practical Consciousness community brings together very different sources, religious sources, that are inspired by yogic and Hindu concepts, but also concepts very well known in Estonian folk belief, such as earth energy, nature spirits. And here we can also see some of the activities that are typically performed in these types of sites that help people in their healing processes, but also help to narrate the story of the place. So giant lore is another very common trait in all the countries that were involved in our project. And here in this picture you can see a grave mount of Kalevipoeg, Estonian national hero. Of course, folklore is not unifocal. There are many competing legends, and there are many more burial sites for Kalevipoeg in Estonia, all over Estonia. But what is special about this grave mount is that local people have collected money. They have erected a contemporary gravestone to mark this place as more credible, as more authentic grave for Kalevipoeg than the rest are. And here is another picture of a heart-shaped stone that was quite recently discovered in Estonia, and the man who found it said that this is the heart of Kalevipoeg and brought it to his home. So he has been reading old legends now. He's quite knowledgeable what kind of treasures Kalevipoeg owned himself. So he is just making preparations to go and dig at this place, and now he already knows what he will find next to this Kalevipoeg's heart. So these are just a few examples of all the very different types of places that were researched and which were our case studies during the project. Of course, there are many other types: bad places, haunted places, graveyards, cemeteries, holy wells, monuments to different political and ideological regimes. So these all objects have contributed with their stories to the methodology. But let's move on to the project outcomes. We had altogether nearly 60 publications of different types, mostly, of course, academic articles, research articles, but we also had 3 special issues compiled and edited by our team members, 1 in Estonian language, 2 in English. We were also very happy to have 1 popular book. Tiina Sepp is member of Estonian working team, but she has done her fieldwork in United Kingdom about cathedrals as pilgrimage destinations, and she wrote a popular book about her impressions and also introducing this not so well-known culture of pilgrimages and cathedrals to wider Estonian audience. And the most prominent outcome will be our final volume, Place Lore, Pilgrim Routes, Restored Sites and Contested Spaces, that will be published next year by Equinox. So there is something to be still excited about. And of course, very special outcome of this type of research projects is work with students and with young researchers. In this context, I would like to touch upon a young researchers seminar that we were eventually able to organize in 2022. It was postponed for several times. And we had a study seminar, or intensive seminar, that brought together students from University of Tartu, University of Oslo, and University of Turku, Finland. And in addition to study seminars, we also organized a 3-day field trip to Norwegian rural heritage sites. We walked together a distance of old pilgrimage route, spoke to local people who lived nearby, and so this really gave us a deep and really grassroots level of understanding how these pilgrim routes are administered at different levels. And of course, PhD dissertations is always an indicator that is measured and calculated for these types of projects. We had altogether 6 dissertations defended, 4 of them in Estonia, 1 in Lithuania, and 1 in Norway. And these works take us to more distant locations now than the Baltic states and Norway. Our young colleagues also examined cultures and place lore of Mongolia, India, and Siberia. So this was kind of also a laboratory to try out this method and this model, how it works for different types of materials. And these works are also evidence of the wide applicability of the method developed in the project. And for conclusion, I would like to say that this fact that we were able to include so many students and so many PhD students and young researchers in this international scholarly cooperation is definitely the most important future impact of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for sharing the story of the project, because stories bring... You have a burning question? Or yes, you have a burning question. Okay, it's only burning questions now because we have a Q&A session afterwards. Please.
Thank you for very nice presentation. My question concerning your recommendation. Should you recommend further develop places which based on placebo healing effect to develop tourism economy?
It's a provocative and burning, yes. I think so. We all were thinking that while you were presenting, so please.
Well, we as researchers in the field of humanities, we do not want to tell people how they need to think, how they need to feel. We just want to understand how the communities do think and feel and why, and which are the patterns behind that. And this is very telling that these kind of sites are so visible, and we cannot ignore them. And we cannot ignore also the economic impact of these places.
Here we go, bravo. And the stories bring people together, and they bring people together and they hold us together and gives us future insight. So from humanities to physics. And I'm inviting Einar Knox, who already have met during the intervention at the panel discussion, who will present his project. And Einar, you're a researcher and project manager from the Institute of Solid State Physics, University of Latvia. Off you go, you have 20 minutes.
Okay, hello again. So we obviously have the best name for the project ever, LSY. And there you can see a bunch of people who worked with us on this project, and I'll try to, well, my story will not be as elaborate, I'll be honest. I'm quite chaotic, so we'll see where we go. So to the professor about the, how do you say it, the panic, right? The panic question. This is specifically for you. Our state of the world is on fire, especially this morning when it was raining a lot. But to a bit more serious note, we know that we want to do many things sustainably. We know that we want to do implement more circular economy. We want to develop new things, and one of these all entails is something that we use a lot, which is aluminium. And to produce aluminium, you have to use a lot of energy, a lot of bad stuff comes out of it, let's put it that way. It spews out about 10 to 12 tons of CO2 per ton of aluminium. If you recycle it, it's better, but it's still quite a bit. And one of the more problematic parts for smaller countries like us is that we export all our aluminium waste, which is a waste, and we actually will be increasing that exportation for quite a while. Thus, the project idea was to use that waste aluminium to do something useful with it. Oh, there you go. It didn't want to. So what we can do is, and that was known, that we can do, you can see it. We can take a fuel cell, which will create electricity from hydrogen. The question is where to get hydrogen. We take aluminium, mix it with some water, and we get a lot of heat and hydrogen, which can be turned into electricity. That was our main goal. Obviously, we take something that is wasteful and will be thrown out. We need to treat it. That is one of the results that we found out in specific ways. We produce hydrogen, and then turns out that there's some additional things that byproduct will be created, which our Icelandic partner can turn into gamma alumina, or afterwards into metallic aluminium. And that was our vision, that we can do a fully cyclical process. Now, again, there you go. It doesn't work here, it works somewhere up there. So if we take waste and, or maybe it doesn't. There you go. If we take waste, we want to investigate options of treatment so that to lower the necessary energy to create this hydrogen. And then we create electricity and useful material out of it. So take waste, get some, well, not really gold, but something nice out of it. These are the partners. So I'm from Latvia, and we have 2 partners in Iceland and 1 partner in Lithuania. And obviously we had a lot of plans, a lot of deliverables, etc. Everything was planned quite big. Here are the people where in the beginning we met only online, and then finally in Lithuania we could meet in person, and then on the last year we met in person in Iceland. I would put up a picture how we went on a hike and bathed in a thermal spring. Forgot the word, I'm sorry, but you know, the small river that comes out of the ground, and it's warm because it's Iceland and it's warm, but nobody wants to see half-naked me on there, so I'm not going to show that. But now, let's get back to the aluminum. We can get various types of aluminum, and we thought, well, there's a bunch of them, so which one do we need to take? And this is one of the results what was elaborated within the project, that there are certain type, for example, beverage cans, that just will not work for this purpose, because the efficiency of the process that already exists is just so high, there's no reason to mess with that. But there are certain aluminum types which are not recyclable, or, well, they say it is 100% recycled. But the truth is that for example, construction aluminum, you use 20% of that, and then you have to add up to 80% of pure virgin aluminum, which still creates about 12 tons of CO2 to produce. So that is something that is just not tapped into. And because it's cheaper to produce new compared to recycling old, that is still will be going on. And then there's industrial byproduct, which is aluminum dross, which is really, really hard to recycle, and we'll look into that in a little bit. Again, there you go. So where's the problem with just putting aluminum in water? You know, if you take any foil, put it in water, nothing will happen. So it has a tiny, tiny, tiny layer of oxide on it, and we need to destroy it somehow. And one of the reasons, or one of the papers that we produced, was specifically looking into the options of what to do with that oxide layer to produce more hydrogen. And that involves variations of things. So we can do, or in general, people can do alloys. So you excess energy to create a specific alloy, it will react better, etc. But it's maybe not the best way from our perspective. You can use hydroxides, which is great because sodium hydroxide is available very well, but that also comes with some CO2 emissions. We can use acids, but that is, well, nobody likes acids really in an environment. And there's another way, plasma treatment, which we also investigated. So we took specific aluminum, decided what the components are, or composition, did some... Come on. No, it works. I'm not sure how far it went. Can it go back? Well, it doesn't want to listen to me. I'll stay like this. Okay, sure, not a problem. Main point, but we tested various things. We got that in our setup, we can see up to 99.9% pure hydrogen that comes out, which is good. Tested all kinds of things, how much aluminum is produced, how quickly it's produced, and we're not going to get into the details of that because I guess that will not leave an impact here. But we also tested that dross type of thing. Here we connected to the local Icelandically local aluminum producer, they gave us some samples and we analyzed them. We identified that the hydrogen that comes out of it is not that pure. It has some methane in it, some nitrites in it, which means that for our purpose, this specific type will not really work. But it has other options. This paper is still in production. We're going to publish it somewhere next year, most likely. I was talking about dissemination quite a bit in the previous panel, that well, we don't like to sell our knowledge or to the public, but we've done that quite a bit. Really a lot, actually. I didn't press that many times. I'm sorry. It jumps. But slowly. There you go. So presented in various conferences to general public. This was bronze medal for Innovations Day from general public. We did a lot of traveling and disseminating with various peoples in various places, connected to other projects, connected to aluminium. We've really connected to a lot of people. There are multiple works within Latvia that I led for school children to do scientific work. We did, again, all kinds of dissemination events because despite the fact that I said that I don't want to market our ideas, when you are super excited about what you have, eventually you do it because you kind of feel that if you're not going to do it, then nobody else will know about it. But really try to vet our idea and the direction that we were going into the world as much as possible. Did some silly things for social media. This is a beer cooler around summer solstice, and the other one is a Christmas tree fully run by aluminium and hydrogen, although in that case it was running only for 2-ish minutes, but well, I didn't just take as much hydroxide from the lab. And a lot of dissemination events, some more serious, some a little bit less serious, with country attaches and economic zone participants and etc. So we've established, tested, checked that these are the countries that we reached out to and got some nice feedback from them. One of our results that we were really looking into was to design a different type of reactor, because it is a chemical reaction that is happening in there. And it started with something like this. Then we developed a 3D model, and that's why the first video was supposed to. Then we tested how the particles will be going in there and what should happen. Because eventually, it turns out that for us, it was a problem to really separate the particles one from another, and by the size of it, we have additional ideas how to do that in the future. Eventually, we built a bigger reactor, still with this cyclotron inside to separate particles and to mix it, because it's stainless steel, you can't really mix it with magnetic stirrers, etc. And build a final prototype that works. And we should see a small video how it works. So it's clunky and all of that, but we load in some aluminium powder, in this case shavings, and we add electrolyte. And then when we add electrolyte, then you can see that the pressure is rising. I think the highest pressure that we got was about 5 bars because of our systems that we built. And here's the fuel cell, and fuel cell is well, producing power. So the concept works. We have estimated that it's a TRL 4, and now the question is what to do with that next. Let's see. So this was our original idea, what to do with it. We have our aluminium product, waste. We put it into the reactor. We have a chemical reaction, and a byproduct of aluminum hydroxide is created that can be turned into gamma alumina. And that hydrogen that is left, we just use it for electricity. One of, well, super exciting results for us, and you will be forgiven for not being as excited. about it. But from that byproduct that we had, we created a lot of it. But from that byproduct, we did create gamma aluminum, and then that was turned into a pure metallic, high purity aluminium metal. So we have tested that from waste, we can really go back into metallic aluminum without CO2 emissions, at least in the process of creation. And that opens up a new pathway for aluminum recycling. And in numbers, the estimation of this results and, well, this program for us is that there were a bunch of publications. We are waiting for one. Yes, we're waiting for one to be published in addition, and then we are writing two at the same time. So one on dross, and then most likely next year about this metallic aluminum. A lot of conferences, dissemination events. We were not planning to do IP submissions, but we managed to do one specifically on this recycling part. So a great result, holding our fingers crossed. The answers from the agency should be somewhere next month. And when I said that we have a future plans, that was not a joke. We really have a deadline for tomorrow, a proposal submission. I have to finish the work package description and then submit it. So this, to say that this was beneficial for us is slight understatement. In addition, we've seen a really diversification of the results of the reaction and of, well, where we can go. So if we started, as you could see, with two possible directions where we can use this, different hydrogen, different purity hydrogen can be used for different things. Our goal was to create electricity, which is fine and very efficient. But if, let's say, we use that industrial material, we can easily just burn it with whatever we want to burn it for and create just heat. Or we can use it into e-fuels, which will be a very, well, is a hot topic in general, but will become more important for us, especially if we want to really decarbonize aviation. So hydrogen on its own, depending on the purity, will have a lot of viable options in the future, thus viable options for us. A bunch of heat is created, quite a lot, about 3 times of heat is created. In our project, we were not planning to utilize that, but this is another option for the future development, which is implemented in the project that we're going to submit tomorrow. And then that pipe product, we originally planned to just do alumina, but depending on the process components that we will choose, we could use it for catalysts, we can use it for water treatment, we can use it for additional things. So out of idea that we're going to create hydrogen and then get electricity, we've grown into variations depending on the usefulness or depending on the components that we will be using. And one is of I guess most important actually impacts on us and from this project, which was not really planned, but you really know that it leaves an impact. We never planned to to grow the consortia in such a way, but we did, and actually well, sort of funny thing, but a bit stressful. When we were planning to have our first year meeting in Latvia, around that time, actually on the first day of the planned meeting, my son was born. So we had to postpone that meeting slightly. But this is just... not only we have generated new knowledge, and not only we have created something that we can now work forward to and have new proposals and have new technology that we'll try to really develop. We developed a really different, something that has never been seen before in the entire world, even from the top people in aluminum industry, a possible way how to recycle any type of aluminum into metallic aluminum with lower CO2 emissions and etc. We've also grown our population, and I am 100% sure without the support that would not be possible. So if you want to look at a multi-dimensional impact, this is as far as it can go. I mean, nothing comes to my mind, to be honest, in addition to that. Yes. Now, all of this, well, I would propose that then impacts have to be measured maybe in 18-ish years when they grow up, and then we can see how useful they will be later on, but we'll see. Now, a lot of things were investigated. A lot of things were thought that we're going to go one direction. Eventually, we had to pivot somewhat and change the course. For example, we did plan on doing a socioeconomic analysis, but when we realized what we have with the recycling part, we had to postpone that because now we have a new, different direction that we have to look at. And then that socioeconomic analysis will have a much larger impact. And here I have to say that thank you very much to our council, because they were understanding and they evaluated that and said, okay, right, you didn't have funds there because we didn't have funds for IP, but we can reallocate that and change it and really fulfill that, well, burning desire to innovate and see where things are going. We didn't plan it, but we saw that, well, it's going that direction. Now this is the direction we have to go. And if we really want to innovate, this is the approach we have to take. So thank you very much. There are a lot of things that we need to do, and I really hope that next cycle will be even better, and we'll be able to participate. Of course, this one, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ainis. And congratulations to all those future scientists and the community. Congratulations and for the one awaiting. We really can see that this program is groundbreaking. I think so maybe that should be a subtitle as well in the evaluation. And now, last but not least, I'm welcoming Loreta Šernienė, a professor at Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, to give the last presentation on the projects. Please.
Thank you all. Thank you for inviting me, for selecting the project. Thank you for the gifts I'm already wearing. And my heart is pounding because I have a feeling that we are falling behind when it comes to the results compared to the previous presenter, because only one baby was received and delivered during our project. So, okay, good. Back to the presentation. So our project was called BioCode, and we worked on sustainable packaging, and we wanted to make it stronger, make it work better by applying a combination of this packaging, biodegradable packaging, and edible coating. And we put that on the cheese. Yeah, let me see. That's a scary one. I don't know, it doesn't work well. Good, thank you. Yeah, this one, right? Okay, good. Well, this is our team. We had 3 partners, one from Estonia, one from Latvia, another one from Norway. And we shared the project activities like equal parts, where the project was divided in equal parts, and what was the challenge and what was the goal. So we had few challenges in the project. So we were facing waste to resource, we always do. And the waste in our case was the side streams of dairy industry, and especially when it comes to acid way. So we were tackling this acid way problem, which is really big in Europe and worldwide. And especially the byproduct which we cannot how to deal with is the acid way permeate. It's like acid liquid, and it can be thrown away. But it's kind of, for us, it's a pity to throw it away, and we were trying to produce something out of it, and you will see our results. So the other challenge was safe and sustainable food. Everyone wants the food to be safe, and of course we don't want our food industry to generate waste. So we tried to put the waste back into the production chain, and we were quite successful in that. And then the last one, sustainable and healthy diets. So we wanted our product to be as healthy as possible. And you know that we are trying to use these probiotics in every food to enhance microbiome, to take care of the gut health and stuff like that. So one of our aims was to do that too. So, okay, let's move on. And you see a design of our project. And you see in the beginning, we started two tasks in parallel. So one of them was to produce edible coating. That was us, Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, the work package number 1. And we were successful. I'm holding the edible coating in my hands, so it looks like that, and it can be eaten. It produced from acid whey. So it's slightly acidic, so it contains pectin, agriculture waste, and it also contains edible glycerol. It contains living strains incorporated in this, and they can live here, and they are sitting quite well for long. Okay, the next one, work package 2, was dedicated to our Latvian partner, and they were to select the biodegradable packaging. Here in hands, I'm holding the regular plastic. It's very good for packaging the food, and that's why we're sticking to it. But it's not recyclable. So, and now legislation is forcing us to choose something else, and it could be either recyclable plastic, or it could be biodegradable packaging. And I'm holding in my hands 2 of them. And here in the next room, in the exhibition room, you can kind of feel the packaging. So one is very rigid, very hard, and it turned out that it opens up during the storage. So it's very difficult to seal it on the cheese. And the other one is very soft. It's bioshrinkable. When we put it on the cheese, it sits pretty well, only when it comes to small pieces of cheese. When we have large blocks, it's very easy to pierce it. And when we pierce it, so it's no use of this material. So when it comes to biodegradable material, it's not so easy. It's never-ending story. So the producers need to work more for us to be able to use it on the cheese or for other products. Okay, oops. The next one, the next part was to combine these two. So in our project, we put, that's the one. No. Which one is the pointer? Oh, sorry, I didn't ask it before. That one. Okay, in the middle. Yes, thank you. Okay, technologies. So that one in the middle. So that was the time when we put the coating on the cheese, and we packed the cheese in regular plastic and in biodegradable packaging. So, and we tested everything. We tested the survival of the strain, and since we used regular cheese and we also used probiotic cheese, we wanted to understand how these 2 strains, one incorporated in the coating and the other one incorporated inside of the cheese, sit together in the same food matrix. So that was a challenge, and the probiotic cheese and probiotic strains inside the cheese was provided by another of our partners, Estonian partner. And the last part of the experiment was Norwegian part, and they did the digestibility of this complicated food matrix, and I will present the discovery. And they also did protein digestibility, also testing how these two strains sitting in the cheese and on the surface work together by helping us to digest the proteins, which is difficult to do because in the cheese we have various kinds of proteins, and one of them is casein, which is pretty difficult to digest. Okay, let's move on. So you see the first part, development of the coating, and this is our team, Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, and we teamed pretty well by creating this edible coating. We teamed pretty well with Portuguese partners, which work really well and have extensive knowledge in production of coatings and also with testing of them. And we got good results, and 2 publications are on the way, about to be published, coming as a result from this collaboration. Okay, so you see the selection of the strains. To get probiotic strains to be incorporated in the coating, we had to do the digestive in vitro digestion studies on the fermented milk. We took the milk, we fermented it and over-fermented it for a week, and then even waiting for the mold to start to grow on the surface, and then we digested it in vitro. This way, we were able to isolate the probiotic strains which can withstand the acids in the coating. And then, of course, we were able to catch the strains that possess strong antimicrobial properties, which was very important for us because we wanted to use our strains also as antimicrobial agent, natural antimicrobial that we're adding to the cheese. And you see from the pictures, oops. Let's go back. So we used a lot of pathogens to test the antimicrobial properties of the strains, and we discovered that 2 strains answered our call, and they were really good as the probiotics and antimicrobials. The next one was development of the coating. I'm showing you the whole picture. So interesting finding of our project was to use the side streams like acid whey protein concentrate and acid whey permate that we are getting when we are concentrating the whey proteins. So we use these 2 media to grow the strains. To get the biomass of the strain. So usually for this we're using culture media, the growth media, which is pricey. And we found a way to use this acidic media to grow the strains. And they were growing pretty well, especially in protein concentrate. So we divided the acid whey protein concentrate in 2 parts. One we used as a media for growth of our strain, antimicrobial probiotic strain. And another one we used for preparation of the coating. And then in the end we combined both medias and we got the coating. This coating you saw in the video that was presented before. So it's liquid. It seems like nothing, but when we put it on the cheese and let it dry, so we are getting something like that, invisible film covering the cheese and also protecting it from all kinds of microbes and fungi growing on the cheese. The next one was to check the cultivate that we were producing when we were growing strains in the acid whey permate, and also coating. As you can see, we used the fresh soft rennet cheese as a media for growing this, for experimenting with these cultivates and coatings. And as you can see from the picture, the cultivate itself didn't provide the protective properties, but the coating did. So the coating is a very special media that preserves the strain and also gives the strength to the strain, protects it from environment, and also allows the strain to show its strength, antimicrobial properties. Okay, the next one. The next one was experimenting with the fresh cheese. And as you can see in the picture here, no fungi growth visible. And this tells a lot about the coating, because the coating with antimicrobial strain was put on this fresh cheese, and it protected the cheese from fungal growth for a week. And since it's very perishable product, so the shelf life is only a week or 8 days. So prolonging for so long the shelf life, it's a good achievement of our project. The next one, selection of the packaging. Oops, it's moving. Okay, selection of the packaging. I showed you the packagings already, but we had 8 of them, and we selected 3 of them, and then only one was left, only this one was left for the final experiment. And you see the final experiment here. So we tested the coating and packaging on small pieces of cheese, and it worked really well. And then we went to the factory with the large block of cheese. And then we failed. I wouldn't say big, but we failed with the packaging because special equipment is needed. And it's difficult to pack large blocks of the cheese with this packaging I just showed you. Okay, our results in the laboratory. So you can see what we did. We used the coating, and we used biodegradable packaging, and we packed the cheese here. And you see this stripy one with pictures. This is a regular cheese packaging. It's just a plastic. It sits on the cheese very good. It shrinks really well, and it kind of hugs the cheese like a good friend, right? Protecting from everything. So I'm very fond of plastic. The only kind of reproach we have that we cannot deal with that when it comes to trash, right? And we want to get rid of that. But it's good for packaging. So, and here you see biodegradable packaging and the coating used here. The same I'm having here, right? The soft one. So, and the results in 4 months, 2 months of ripening, and then 2 months of storage. Usually that's how much it takes for cheese to ripen and to be stored in the fridge. So you see that when we used Lactobacillus helveticus, one of our strains, incorporated in the coating here, no visible fungi growth can be seen. So it's really good. It really works well with this soft and fragile biodegradable packaging. So the combination was very good when it comes to small pieces of cheese. Okay, the next one. Okay, the next one was the factory experiment, and you see how large the block is, so which is difficult to handle, and of course when it's so big, so there is a lot of edges formed, and well, we are facing difficulties when we are packing the cheese like that. It doesn't move. Okay. And the last one, when we got this cheese packed, then we tested the survival of the strain, which is always very interesting. Is it really probiotic or not? And this part was done by Nofima, our Norwegian partner, and they did the digestibility in vitro, and they also tested how the cheese or digesta behaves in the guts. So you see the experiments, and they tested the microbiota inside the cheese, outside the cheese, and they discovered actually that our strain sitting in the coating survives really well. It's a harsh environment on the surface of the cheese. There is a lot of salt, there is a lot of acid, and of course it's open, and it's always in contact with the packaging. So, but still, it was able to survive in the digesta and in the guts, as well as Lactobacillus Lactobacillus plantarum, which is probiotic that was used inside of the cheese, which also survived, and we didn't see any negative interaction between these two strains. And also, we noticed that survival of the probiotic that was sitting inside wasn't as good as the survival of probiotic that was sitting outside the cheese. So we were able to pick really very strong probiotic strain for incorporation in the coating. So here in the pictures you see the gut experiment, right? The gut content was tested in this experiment, and survival of the strain in the guts was evaluated. And in this picture, you see our meetings and our collaboration. And we had a lot of live meetings in the project when the pandemic was over. So we were able to meet, and it was kind of eye candy to see those cold Baltic and Nordic, sorry to say, people warm up to each other. So we started from kind of a bit cold relationship, and then it warmed up really nicely. And it's really nice to see, always really nice to see. And live meetings helped us to grow into the marriage. And this marriage bear the fruit. So we prepared not only the patent that we painted at this like coating together, but we also prepared the proposal. And why I say it bears fruits? Because every partner brought more into our next one. So Norwegian partner brought Portuguese people. They worked together and they had a good relationship, so we started to work with them. And of course, from Nofima, we got more people joining us from technology department, from chemistry department. And Latvian partners brought Ukrainians and the factory that are interested in participation. And BioCC, Estonian partner, brought French people to the table. So, and we found the good connection in our university with medical academy, which never happened before in our department. So we are very happy finally to start collaborating with medical people, which always needed because when it comes to food, especially novel food, and our new project is about this. So we're very happy with this proposal. It scored well, but we weren't successful, and we didn't get financing because of lack in Horizon Europe, which is strange, but it happens, right? So since we were very successful, we are gonna resubmit. We should, yes. Thank you. I think it's enough.
Thank you. Can I invite you all for the questions from the public? I'm sure everybody has quite a few. Please do sit down. In terms of the Horizon Europe, please don't let this go. There's going to be plenty of calls coming up after in the 2025. So definitely get in touch with your NCPs and they will tell you which calls to go for. A bit of advertising for the national contact points. So how did it feel to present these groundbreaking ideas and results? We need a microphone. Or two. Does it? Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, and collaboration works. And I feel very excited that it's over. And also
the project or the presentation?
Both. Actually, it was hard, especially communication part. I am experienced in project management, but it was hard because I was principal investigator and communicator too. So it's a double position. It was hard, but it was always nice to see the results. And well, and
what about you, Helen?
Yeah. Well, after the first panel today and the first part of the day, I just decided that perhaps I should be more clear about what folkloristics is all about and just to present it a little bit more simplistically even. Because I guess this is not a huge discipline, it's not so self-evident what it is all about, but of course, I myself as a folklorist am totally convinced about how useful it is in society. And during the turbulent times, we as a working group were also kind of confused or surprised sometimes when people said that people are just behaving in so many ways that are so unpredictable. And we just looked at each other and said, what is unpredictable about that? Because if you work with people and if you work with very different people, then these patterns become so evident. And you do not expect everyone to be reasonable at all times and to be like you. So I guess this perspective is really important in the sciences, and especially now when we all have to cut down the finances, just to remember that these kind of perspectives that do not translate so easily into economic success are still increasingly important during turbulent times. So I was very happy to be presenting here and to providing this folkloristic and anthropological perspective.
Brilliant, thank you. Ivors?
Einars.
I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you for correcting me.
That's okay. That's not the first time.
Good. I wasn't the first, so that's good. Let's make a correction.
All right. Then a slight lyrical sidestep. I have two brothers, and everyone is on A, and then an uncle A, and a father Ivors A. So it's really not.
That's why you're used to it.
Yeah. During the morning, I had so many things that I wanted to add to the presentation and etc. And I would just share the notion that it is exciting, and I'm glad that it's done. The presentation part, because we don't have a couple hours to try to explain how excited and glad I am that we managed to fulfill this project. I also was, I had to be PI and manage everything, all the documents, and it was the first project for me. And I learned, I cannot express in specific words how much this means to me. I learned a lot, and our team was amazing. So you were right, on the northern part, people were colder at first, and it's all started, oh, good morning, or how's the weather, and then as you go forward, they just oh, how are the kids, or what happened there? Or, I heard you had a volcano eruption. Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's right there on the horizon, and just pretty in during the night. It's collaboration is amazing. Just so great.
So it's true testament. These projects that we have seen, and we discuss more projects, are true testament to the program. Right, questions.
I have a question.
Okay, right. Okay, you get ready. We have 12 minutes. You have a question.
Okay.
Kick off.
I have a question. You showed the pyramid, which didn't look pyramidic, but looked like a spheroid. Maybe you know why.
This especially was not the pyramid itself. This is called dome in this place. So this is a very central sacred piece in this whole site. Yes, but I did not really spot any pyramid either, and I wouldn't have guessed that this was dome either if I wasn't told so. So this is yeah.
If there's any anthropologist or Lithuanians who can explain why we call it a pyramid, but it's not a pyramid, it's a dome, please help us out.
I know that when this started, it was a pyramid inside.
Inside there was a
inside pyramid. And this cover came later, and now they organize concerts and a lot of events. But this covering, it's not pyramid. Pyramid is inside.
So you have to visit to be convinced, and you have to test it. It's a pyramid inside. Yeah, you have to go and do your own analysis and make the judgment. Do you have questions from the audience about the projects?
I have a question for you. I am also folklorist, so I really like that you did this project. But Estonia was the first country who took calls. Do you think that maybe you do not feel exactly, but I think about progress in all this managing things. You were like some kind of experiment for this Nordic collaboration, Nordic and Baltic collaboration. Could you say that the management increased from year to year on this program?
No, actually not. We had, of course, very good help from the Estonian Research Council. Thank you, Katrin. But, well, of course, by the end of the project, there is always a lot of reporting and audits. So this was more than full working load for me for a few months to get all these timetables and timesheets checked. And yeah, so this was... Yeah, it is not very simple, and especially I really do not believe that researchers at universities make less working hours than is expected. And also, I really do not believe that I have ever seen a timesheet that has something to do with reality. So this kind of producing beautiful papers, well, yeah, we can do that. But on the other hand, this is also something that we do not take seriously. We would actually kind of like to spend this money on the research activities if we had the change. But of course, I understand where these requirements come from, so we just kind of sigh and get it done.
And Helen, very briefly, were there any babies born during your project? I mean, there were now this like the...
Yes, at least 4. I also calculated. But, you know, this is to expect it because we have so many PhD students and young researchers. Yes, in every country involved, so it was...
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, yes, there's a question. Microphone.
Thank you. I want to ask, maybe it's easier to implement projects just in national level, not without any international collaboration. Maybe it's easier. What is the additional value to do projects international?
Yeah, please.
For example, for us specifically, it would be impossible. Right? They would just not work at all. We have the material from we had the material from Lithuania. They treated it with plasma in Lithuania. We did the reactions in Latvia, analyzed the gases in Latvia, and sent it out to Iceland, where they have the competence and to analyze that and turn it into metallic aluminium. So it was just impossible. Apart from, yeah, I think that's just, yeah. It wouldn't work.
And Loretta, what about yours? Would your project work without international partners?
No. The same answer. Impossible, because we shared the instruments, not shared instruments, but we used the instruments, sophisticated equipment, not instruments, equipment that partners possessed. And for example, strains we used from Estonian partner. So it would be done, but it would be so little done, and that I would say it wouldn't be worth doing. So collaboration, yeah, it was necessary, and it was very, very nice to know the cultures and to find the ways to communicate.
And yes, there's a question. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please add.
Yeah, well, for our project, this comparative element was very, very important and very interesting quite from the beginning, just to see how this concept can be used, this rather new concept, as I mentioned, coined by Estonian folklorist kohapärimus, how this could be used in different environments. So this was only natural to do it on international level.
Yes, I have a question to Einars.
You told to us about your excellent results, and we are very proud of you and your results and your project. But have you thought about the valorization of the results, like some few steps to commercialization, or you need further research? Thank you.
It's like this. So first, we are waiting for the patent response for the patent office. As I mentioned, it should come end of this month, next month. If they foresee, if they are as excited as we are, and it seems that they should be, then there are somewhat clear next steps from the technology perspectives. Our partners are very interested in pursuing that. It will be just a communication and discussion on how do we pursue it specifically. But if that also means that we'll have to have additional funds because local patent is one, a European is, well, depends, but 20 to 50K. And then if you want to involve the world, then, you know, couple hundred additional. So the question of funding will arise at some point. And that's why I mentioned in the morning that if there would be additional, not just left to us just to figure it out, which call we can apply to, but maybe a close collaboration. We've talked to EIC about it. They thought that, well, we are a bit too young at that point. That was 8-ish months ago. So it's not to the TRL level that they would be interested in. And yeah, so just a question of time and money at this point. But eventually, we do see that we are going to pursue it one way or another.
And for those who don't know, EAC stands for European Innovation Council, and they fund deep tech technology innovations, and are mostly from the TRL 6 all the way up to the market. So, and Loretta, what about you? Because that's related as well. What are you going to do next? When I was watching this, like, amazing, I love cheese. And did you try some cheese as well in the meantime? And like, what's next? You know, how can you work with the manufacturers?
Yeah, actually, some manufacturers are interested in the coating, especially those producing fresh cheese, and small ones, artisanal factories. Of course, they're always interested in something new, and they want to stick out with this kind of packaging, which is biodegradable, and some consumers might be interested in voting with their money and buying the cheese like that. And to my opinion, if we are cutting these big blocks of cheese into small pieces, and we are packing it, coating with coating or without coating, we are skipping one big part of the work, because they're using double packaging. They pack cheese for ripening, and then they cut it into pieces and pack it again. So to my opinion, that would be nice to avoid these additional moves. And when it comes to the project itself, so we have a good film I showed you here, so which is a good vehicle for the probiotics. If someone is interested in to work with probiotics and needs a carrier, so it can come in an edible film. It can be folded, it can be used as a candy, it can be used as a gel or jelly, packed this way, containing probiotics or postbiotics, because we can kill probiotics and still stick to the good stuff they produced. And also, when adding something stronger like lignin and cellulose, we can get very nice, really biodegradable packaging. And if someone is interested in working with the packaging made from the waste material, please contact us. We are happy to
invitation to
connect.
Collaborate, exactly. And let's finish today's session with you, Helen. So we have heard from Einars. He's applying for more money, looking for the patents and different streams of the funding, submitting application. Loretta, you as well are submitting and continuing to search for funding, and how you can expand. We have seen some countries' methodology can be implemented, but what's next for your project?
Yeah, we are also planning new applications. And of course, collaboration on a smaller scale has already been done, such as guest lectures and organizing student seminars between two universities, for instance. So this is quite quite easy to achieve now that we have these good contacts in all these countries.
Brilliant, thank you. And that's a wrap for this session, and I invite you now to have coffee, tea, some cake probably. There's still left, yes, there's still cake, and come back in the half an hour. We'll hear more about the projects and the amazing impact and the results they have. Thank you all very much. I think we are ready to start, aren't we? We're only 2 minutes late, but that's okay. I love the enthusiasm of this audience. Everybody's pretty much on time. Everybody's engaged. It's great to be here. So we have started the second session of today, dwelling into the projects. We have had 3 amazing projects with really the groundbreaking results, and we will hear some more. And there's going to be a discussion. You know the format. You're all very welcome to raise your hand, ask the questions of the panelists. We have 8 panelists, so that's quite a lot of us, but I'm sure we're going to manage really well. And I want to invite my first panelist today, Tarmo Soomere. Is Tarmo back from the coffee break? Hopefully he is, yes. He's the president of Estonian Academy of Science and the professor of coastal engineering, Tallinn University of Technology. Welcome, Tarmo, thank you. I think we can talk about the climate change with you quite a lot now, so we will touch upon that point. My second panelist is Ellen Og, head of the Estonian Genome Center, Institute of Genomics, University of Tartu. Please. We're going to do something unorthodox slightly. Can you not sit next to each other so we do a mix-up? I know, sorry, I just want to get you out of the comfort zone so you don't feel comfortable sitting next to your colleagues. Now I would like to invite Gintaras Brazauskas, director of Lithuanian Research Center of Agriculture and Forestry, please. No, you here? Yeah, you here. I'm going to direct you all. Yeah, exactly. We need to keep the balance of the genders as well. Agne Brilingaite, associate professor at the Institute of Informatics, Vilnius University. Agne, please. No, that's Lithuanian, please. Yeah, thank you very much. If we got the gist, right? We sit to the people not from the same country, so we do a mix. Aija Line, professor at Latvian Biomedical Research and Study Center, please. Gatis Krumniš, leading researcher at the Vidzemio University of Applied Sciences. Gatis, please. Roman Chesmencha, almost, please, senior scientist from the SINTEF. Can I ask you to sit here? Here we go. And Nari Rinke Diaz de Sousa, yes? A postdoc, Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Please, next to me. Voila. Right, very good. So it's a cross-border collaboration to make sure that we are all cutting borders, not sitting next to each other. So what are your first reflections of today's conference? How you were feeling today? Quickly, let's do this round of ice-breaking exercise. Yeah, now, so few words.
Yeah, so hi everyone, first of all. I think I'm really excited. First of all, it's my first time in Vilnius.
Welcome.
So there's a new country for me, but also to see so many people involved. I think I didn't know personally that it was such a big, interesting topics, interesting research.
Great.
Okay, so I'm deeply surprised that they are not politicians. They're outside. They're not singing in one voice. Thank you for what you did. And yes, we promise we will do everything what is possible, for continuation of this program. And because they are not there, we are in trouble, but not we like scientists, but our societies, because it's so important for our societies here in Baltic, so this program, and I'm really surprised, and they will be in trouble because I already posted this in Facebook, and it's cheaper to give money for scientists, and not try to spend this money for other things,
Did you post on LinkedIn as well? A lot of politicians are on LinkedIn now too.
I know.
Okay.
I will link them too, Okay, this is my...
Okay, takeaway message, there's lack of politicians here and they should support this program going further.
Yeah, interesting presentations, interesting projects, very nice discussions. With respect to the project, it would have been nice to know about them actually 2-3 years before. in order to stimulate some new collaborations. But I mean, let's see what's happening in the next round of calls.
Yes. Thank you. Gintarai?
So we started with a bittersweet message from the Vice Minister this morning, but I guess through the day we warmed up and we see all those, exciting results. And now it's the question: how do we lobby? How do we send this message? How do we reach with the message the right people, the decision makers? And I guess there is no question in this audience that the program should continue on.
Helen?
Hello. So I'm as a scientist, I would say that it was interesting day for me, because usually I'm going to scientific meetings, not the meetings where we discuss, how this project kind of started and what is same, meeting all those administrative people, and I think it's a good experience for that.
Yeah. Hello. Really excited to see so many interesting projects and to learn what others have done. And to meet all these people.
So one of the goals of the program was to build sustainable collaboration. So I was very happy to hear that all teams built good ties, and hopefully they will continue collaborating on research and not maybe only research.
Thank you.
I feel that my scientific weight is increasing, so I try to keep over 100 kilograms, which is threshold for a great scientist, and I'm not yet saturated, so I'm waiting something from this panel.
Oh, okay. Well, and what do you expect from this panel?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
But this is part of capacity training.
Okay, I understand. Okay, high expectations. Let's see if we can we can meet them. All of you are involved in the projects and the collaborations, donors and the partner countries. And we have heard a lot of excitement is in the room. We all agree 100% program should continue. But what are those bottlenecks that you maybe haven't heard in the morning session that were raised or were not raised or talked about that we should discuss now in order to prevent the same mistakes happening in the other program? Who would like to kick off? Who had the most bottlenecks? Okay. I think
it's on. Yeah, I don't think I had the most bottlenecks, but something that was discussed already, and we just mentioned now, it was we could have more integration to know the, let's say, sister project and people doing the same or in the same country similar research. So I think in this integration could be a bit better.
Early integration as well.
Early
and
integration.
So it means the communication as well between all the countries and the donor countries
Yes.
as well, who does what. Okay, thank you. Nari? Please.
Yeah, and also the outreach communication to the communities and so on. If you have those small projects and you have to do all those things yourself, that's quite demanding. And if you have a bit like an EU project, dedicated partners that is good and professional in communicating your results and tracks the interesting things out of the researchers, that would help a lot actually to show what we have produced.
So just for me better to understand, were you allowed in the project to have a work package for communication, dissemination, exploitation like in Horizon Europe, or this is
You
something
are allowed,
to be...
but of course your budget is limited. And,
so bigger budget to consider these elements.
Or someone else who is professional does it, and he gets input from the project.
Gatis, I can see you shaking heads.
Okay,
so
sorry,
disagree.
I disagree with you about communication, because if you have communicators in your team like me, then it's not a problem, yeah? We communicated maybe a lot in Latvia, so I participated in TV programs and shows on everywhere, yeah? And so a lot of popular scientific articles, yeah? But from my point of view, what is the biggest challenge is this continuity of project, because, okay, we finished, we achieved what we promised, but it is feeling, yeah, that we need to do this, yeah, and of course this is a very specific program, very oriented to the need of Baltic states, of Baltic countries. From our project, we focused our regions, yeah. Of course, you can try to do this in European level, in Horizon Europe, and so, but this focus to Baltics is very unique, and this continuity, this is the biggest challenge, yeah. Of course, we keep in touch now, try to participate in other calls, but how long we will do this, yeah? Then we will start other projects, other groups will be succeed in other proposals and so on, competitions, and this is biggest, yeah, because we're losing this capacity what we build in 3 years, yeah.
Agnew, oh, please, yeah, Ellen.
Maybe after you, you said that it's continuing the project is challenging, but I would say that we heard it's a collaboration project, right? So its starting point is also important. How well you think about the project and the partners and to find those, you know, good partners where you start to work with. And I think it's a challenging, might be challenging if you have already those partners and you know those people and you have been thinking about the same ideas, it's easier to start and then easy to also to produce a good outcome from the project. But I don't know how good it is to do this in all those free Baltic partners. Can you find those free partners? Maybe it's better to have maybe 2 and, you know, more flexibility. I don't know. Maybe this is something to think about.
So flexibility for the future, okay?
I'll continue on the flexibility. For us also, this seemed to be a little bit like a bottleneck. So the flexibility to change the direction faster, to go into the direction where the research leads you. So this was a little bit of bottleneck for us.
And is it due to the administrative mechanism there is, or it's not like, okay, you started with the project, you see what the result takes, and you just go with it? Do you?
If we had not foreseen such a result in our project, then it was slightly difficult to change the direction of the project so that we could get a maximum out of this.
Okay. Yep, Agne, please, and then we'll go back to...
Okay, so it seems that the bottlenecks are different in different projects, of course. So, for example, even though some projects say it's difficult to find a number of partners, maybe it would be better less. We were a big project of 8 partners from 5 countries, so we managed, and I feel that we built a train, and it's getting the speed. So we have a lot of plans. We have a spin-off project already with Liechtenstein, that is leading the project. So for us, the team and collaboration is not the bottleneck. But maybe I could touch the point about multidisciplinarity. For us, it was the bottleneck. Just to remind you, we are aware of a project related to cybersecurity. And it was like the main field, but at the same time, psychology, human genetics was involved. And we had this umbrella of education. So it's completely several disciplines. And it seems that some journals do not want us accepted. They say, your paper is very well written. We have this feedback from the editors. But please contact some journals that are related to the community of cybersecurity. And what we understood from the project that for some reasons society thinks that cybersecurity is for IT people only, not for education. Nobody cares, just these IT people. So regarding publication, this multidisciplinarity is a bottleneck because we say that Europe is going for multidiscipline approach, but nobody talks about how the research is evaluation when the project and results are multidisciplinary.
And I have to say that some of the funding other institutions in Europe as well are faced with the same dilemma. Encouraging interdisciplinarity when it comes to evaluation, there's a difficulty. Who would like to go next? Okay, and see, Tarmo, you have
Yes, things which some people call a hurdle, other people call a challenge. And this is inevitable because people are looking from different viewpoints. So with the keywords which are all correct, I would add one more keyword, which is complementarity. The situation is in those projects that 3 small countries are basically supporting 3 other small countries. In one small country, you can't have top science of everything in the world. So the point of working together is to build consortia which have different strengths in different countries. So filling gaps in some country using experts from other countries. So this was the starting point of our particular project, and this was our starting point also some 15 years ago when we were part of similar collaboration. Just trying to combine theoretical science in Estonia. People tag me as climate scientist, I'm a mathematician, which is even worse. So we have very good practical coastal science in Lithuania. We have other kind of coastal science in Latvia, and then we have beautiful numerical modeling in Norway, which doesn't have beaches actually. So bringing together those four very different competencies is typically a background for a breakthrough. And I think that future programs of this kind should specifically focus on complementarity of bringing together extreme top competence from different countries to address some challenge and not a hurdle.
Okay, good. Yeah, there might be hurdles on the way to meet the challenge.
Yeah, but you have to overgo them. Yeah. That's life, that you have hurdles sometimes.
That's a very mathematical, philosophical approach. Very good. I can see where this is going. Ginter, please, let's finish.
So I would like to come back to the communication and dissemination. So obviously we failed that in Lithuania, right? The decision was announced this morning. I'm coming back to that because it's important for us. But if you ask researchers to do the communication, we will stay in the same bubble, you know, researchers communicating among researchers. So I'm truly thinking that Einars was raising that question, but we need professionals to do that, to reach the right audience and to have an effect, not a simple, you know, communication among ourselves. That is also important to build networks and so on and so on. But if we want to reach decision makers, we need professionals to do that.
Okay, so for the next program, we want more budget to have specifically dedicated work package for communication, dissemination, exploitation. And I hope somebody is noting this down, or we have a recording. And we want more interdisciplinarity or complementarity with different elements, and as well more flexibility too. So like a three, yes, please.
One more thing I would like to raise. Well, we as an institution, we had 3 projects in all 3 calls. And also last night I had discussed with several of you in this audience, and we agreed that there were differences in managing the programs from 3 countries, which is natural because it has to, you know, fine-tune with the national requirements and so on. But there were good things and bad and not so good things in each of the countries. So I guess it is very important, it was mentioned, that the research councils and the administrators of the program also learn from this process and try to identify the best ones. I would like to see the panel of the administrators as well, discussing how the thing went on and so on. And
it's happening behind the doors.
Yeah, but it would be nice, you know, to have it not behind the doors.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. What are you most proud of? You know, you said, Ginter, you had 3 projects at the Institute and you all are involved in the projects. When is this moment in the project you think, you know what, we have done this? We have heard from our project presenters earlier today saying, yes, we finished, we've done the presentation, we finished the project, but we are looking for the next steps. What about all of you? When was this moment like, wow, we really achieved something great we haven't expected, and what is it? Yeah?
I can start again. I think the different backgrounds, it was actually the strength of Green Polymers, that is the project I was part of. So NTNU, Norwegian University of Science and Technology, with Tartu University and Vilnius University. And I was the one carrying out life cycle assessment of these emerging bio-based chemicals and plastics and polymers. And then with this complementary expertise, because long time I'm not in a lab, and then my lab partners with all their knowledge of the process development, this combination was key for us to develop this method to assess emerging bio-based technologies. And this is very relevant not only for our project, but for the whole European circular bioeconomy transition. So when you have a new emerging product, we need to ensure that it's actually a better replacement from the counterpart that is usually a fossil one. And if we just wait until it's high technology readiness level, maybe then we see that there is actually a lot of hotspots and bottlenecks. So if we do this preliminary assessment, which is very challenging from the life cycle assessment perspective, which is my expertise, then we can kind of predict these hotspots and bottlenecks. And in the case of these partnerships, there were some few hotspots that they could test, make some quick tests to see if changing a reactant or reducing the volume of one reactant would be still okay for the process. So this communication between the developers and then the sustainability assessment, that was me, it was really, really key for, and I'm very proud of it.
And that was a moment where like, yes, this is going to work and this is why we're doing it.
Yes, I think a bit of the repercussion from this method, from this paper published and conferences and other people talking about it. Yeah.
Okay, of course, if about what is done, then of course gross domestic product of Baltic states for last 100 years, GDP, it was never done before. Yes.
Is it related to Baltic Research Program?
Of course,
yeah,
of course.
Okay.
And we create a database, of course, it's really important. But okay, what about I'm proud that we really submitted project proposal because we didn't know each other before. I will spend 1 minute and tell you this story, how it happened. Zenonas Norkus from Vilnius University called me, tried to reach me by phone, and it was his idea. But it was not possible. I was director of university, busy person. Of course, I didn't answer. Yeah, and so then he messaged me. I looked, oh, Zenonas, I know Zenonas. I answered, yeah, we agreed. Let's try to do. But shortage of time. Then we asked Estonians. Of course, Estonians agreed about that. But challenge, nobody knows someone in Norway. Yeah, and then Zenonas looked at this. He said, yes, from Norwegian School of Economics, is this Ola Grüten is an excellent professor, but I don't know him. I found it in internet his phone. Yeah, I wrote, I sent message, please come. Of course, I was not patient. Next day I called because he didn't answer me. Yeah, of course, yeah. And I said, oh, I got this Krūmiņš, yeah, from Vidzem University of Applied Science, Latvia. Yeah, of course, he had no ideas. Where is my university, what it is, and so on. I said, yes, yes. Did you read email? And his answer was yes. First mistake from him was that he answered to phone. Another that he had, yes, I read this email. And then he said, yes, but there are only 2 weeks before submission. We should discuss this. It's not possible in our university. You know, rector, yeah, is busy. And I said, okay, give me number of your rector. Okay, Ulla then said, okay, rector is my best friend. I will do this myself. And here we are, yeah. And now we are friends, partners, and so. So you always you can try. So we create a totally new team, yeah, from very different institutions, very different typology. Or University of Applied Science, okay, okay, we are research oriented. Half a budget is research, but two biggest, largest research universities, Tartu and Vilnius universities, and Norwegian School of Economics, advanced in economics. So very different animals in this forest, yeah.
Very different animals.
But yeah, we achieved this, yeah, and because of that, we divided responsibilities, and we have not only this GDP, a lot of figures about agriculture, demography, and we proud of this, yeah, and everything is available in database, yeah, online. So yeah, I'm proud. Yeah.
So the message here is you just don't give up. You persist. You get the phone number. You knock on the doors. You get on the plane. You fly. You knock on the door. You get in.
And then you go through a window. Yeah.
Yeah, you go through window. The door is not. Agne.
So. Actually, your question was when we felt as a team that we did that.
Yeah.
So as we have this multidisciplinary team, so of course there was a lot of skepticism around. It's like, is it possible to combine these different and maybe contradicting disciplines and these animals around different participants around? So last year in December, when we actually organized the final conference of the project, and there were participants from ministries, from our organizations around, and a lot of, we're very happy that the society came to listen, to hear, and finally we felt, okay, yes, it's not only us who believe in that, but also others, and they support us as well. So, and one more thing, this conference was not planned in the initial planning, communication plan, sorry. So we were very conservative about these communication activities, but it took a while to organize it, and we were successful, so it was like a moment, yes.
It's interesting. So for some of us, the moment is when we get the consortium together, get the people involved way before the submission deadline, and for others, it's the last conference of the project. Brilliant. Anything to add?
So the question actually was what we have done with this project.
Well,
Okay,
when you felt you have done something, as I said, somebody feel it much earlier than the others.
Okay, probably the most important finding of our project was, first of all, that a regular physical exercise during cancer treatment really improves the outcomes of patients. And secondly, we demonstrated that exercise during the cancer treatment changes the composition and the activation status of tumor-infiltrating immune cells, and this probably is related to better outcomes. This is a very, very clear message both to physicians to change their attitude on that, how they perceive physical exercise during cancer treatment, and a message to cancer patients to change their lifestyle, to get their running shoes on and get out of their sick mood. And secondly, it actually opened a stage for a next clinical studies, possibly in the context of immunotherapy. So if we have shown that the exercise actually can affect the immune system, how the immune system reacts against cancer. So consequently, it seems natural. It could improve the outcomes of immunotherapy. So.
This should be on the billboards everywhere, in all the Baltic countries, all the donor countries as well. Yes, please, Tarmo.
When I'm going back to communication, then the communication dissemination plans are a very nice thing to write, but nowadays in science it's basically like standard everyday hygiene. And if what you write in those plans is whether you brush your teeth from left to right or vice versa. So 2 important targets were not reached by this program. Not at all industry, entrepreneurs, and actually they are who are producing GDP, from where initially money comes to society.
We will talk about in the progress.
Yes,
yeah?
and other target which was not achieved was high-level decision makers. So use, of course, kind of euphemism, stakeholder involvement, but it's still like shooting into darkness and basically shooting towards scientific community, or those who are pro-scientific anyway. So what we had clearly unused potential was those who are giving science advice to national governments, and those who are giving science advice to European Commission, and even worse, to United Nations. So I feel that personally, because I was acting as de facto chief science advisor in the country for 10 years now, and we had some deviations of understanding with the program committee. So for the future, I think that this kind of targets of communication of those results on national level, science advice to the Prime Minister, to the Parliament, and to other ministers, which we did several times, and also advice to European Commission, which we did several times, and finally advice to the United Nations, which is kind of top advice you can give at all, and this kind of advice went from our project. So this kind of understanding that communication should go only on kind of intermediate level, this is a kind of deadly thing that it should be avoided in the future. My recommendation is that dissemination and communication plans must exist so that you just click that you agree with that and you don't waste time for writing that. And then this kind of high-level communication things should be agreed specifically with the program committee if necessary.
And Tarmo, just to clarify, so this is something you have learned, and that was a feeling when you have done the project that you realized that actually the communication dissemination should be a tick box?
We got a written note saying that whenever you advise, you must say who was financing the project. If you advise a minister, then you can't advise. Fortunately, advice to United Nations, which we gave, had format where we were able to mention the financing source of this project. But on national level, if you mention the financing source and it's coming from abroad, you are taken as just a fool.
Okay, thank you, Tarmo. Let's go back to the project. So, Ellen, we haven't heard from
For
you.
me, the first, of course, the wow moment was when other partners contacted to me and asked my team to enjoy this project because we were thinking about these ideas, but haven't done. I would say that our project was very challenging, something which we, at the beginning, I was thinking it doesn't work at all, basically. And the wow moment next was then we got the first experience, first results, and I started to believe that it might work. I would say that it's not in the end yet. It's really need to be continue to working. So in scientific point of view, I would say those were like...
And Ellen, what is your project briefly?
The project was to find new biomarkers, microbiome-based biomarkers from the blood, which can predict IBD and other kind of gastrointestinal diseases for a future kind of predictive markers. And it's kind of scientifically, it was not proven that it could really work, and there was contradictory, and still there are a lot of contradictory literature about this science. So I was really interested to kind of participate in this kind of project to find it out, to kind of provide a proof or like opposite.
That's the hypothesis.
Yes, exactly.
So we still don't have the clear answers, I understand.
No, I think.
Okay, it's still scientifically challenging. Gintari, what about yours?
Yeah, so I have a small story to tell about
Go
the wow
ahead.
moment. The project I was leading is about plant phenotyping, more specifically about applying drones into plant breeding. And the Norwegian partner invited us to join the Nordic Plant Phenotyping Network at the beginning of the project. And we and other partners from the Baltic States joined that network. So we had annual meetings discussing the technologies and so on and so on. The project ended at the end of the 23. And since the January 1st, 2024, the network was renamed to the Nordic Baltic Plant Phenotyping Network.
Wow.
So tomorrow morning, I'm flying to the first meeting of the Nordic Baltic Plant Phenotyping Network. I will meet my project partners there, even though the project finished. So I think we have established something which will continue and work on the technologies.
Long lasting as well as sustainability for the future.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And Roman, let's finish with you.
Yeah. Well, to be proud of what you have achieved, that's one thing. I would rather, let's say, talk about how to call it, the excitement of
this wow
getting
effect.
something else out. I mean, to be proud of what you have proposed, that you achieved, that you check some boxes, everything is fine, you will get your funding. But what is actually, or what in our Novico project was actually really nice was that, just a bit of background, we tried to degrade lignin into monomers and then use that for fuels and chemicals. And that worked, but what happened was that we changed a few things and we got a complete different product out. And that product is actually, or gives us a much better business case than the products that we anticipated. And that was actually the moment where we thought, okay, now we have something different. And that was really, well, we couldn't expect that this happens. And we are now looking more into this, and we also apply for a patent, which will probably be the first one on the statistics of this whole program. But that's something you can then build on for EU programs and so on. Yes.
So something not that you have promised in the application, when you submit an application, and something that comes along during, and that is a wow moment. And listening to all of you, you all had these wow moments at the beginning, very early, in the middle, or towards the end of the project. And colleagues mentioned business entrepreneurs as well. What would be the next steps? Do you think it is possible in this program to involve startups, businesses, and what role they should play even next with the results you have now to include them? Or should you just stay mainly research program? Who would like to kick off?
I can just continue. I mean, it would be a logical step. And that's the problem in many research programs. You apply somewhere, have 10% success rate, you get something out, want to go to the next TRL have to apply again with 10% success rate, and that makes things very difficult. I think it would be nice to have something like this EIC program, where you have follow-up projects and can involve some company, but still stay quite small in terms of consortium and so on. That would be really, really good, actually. That you don't need to start from scratch all the time. Yeah.
Who else has an opinion about business involvement? Yeah.
Yes, it was already possible because what we did in the beginning of our project, we organized meeting, our project team in Riga, in our Ministry of Education and Science, and I involved there in this meeting, invited representatives of 4 ministries, Education, Science, Economics, Regional Development and Defense, then Latvian Bank, because it's about economics, and then Union of Economists, like a non-governmental organization, and Union of Business and Trade, so entrepreneurs. And we asked, what is first priority for you? And we discussed this. Of course, it depends from project. Maybe it was, I understand colleagues speak about some funding for them, yeah, support, some specific fundings can help, yeah, but it was already possible to involve, and in our final meeting was the Minister of Economics participated, yeah, and then he, next day he called me and said, thank you for this, and he said that he instruct everyone in ministry to watch this video of 2 hours of our final event, that everyone should know what happened, or about analyze of what happened in Baltic states, and so it was already possible to do this. And the book what we will publish in December, it not connected with this project, but it will be financed 100% by entrepreneurs, about turbulence of driver force, Latvian people and economics in 150 years. So, and because they understand this, and they understand, and they are able, and they're ready to support this book in English, yes, and so I think it's already possible. It's really it's somehow connected with how we, like researchers, about our relations. It's the same what is about communication. I'm really not supporting the idea that somebody else can communicate better than we. Of course, only scientists, nobody else can communicate better, yeah, professional. Like, we should learn this, and we should do this, yeah, we can make mistakes, but if we will not do this, then we will not achieve society. Yeah, this is only a solution for this.
I think you're opening a can of worms here. So this is another completely different topic.
But it's important.
It is a very important topic, and we could talk for hours about this, what the researchers should do or not should do. But going back to business, I'm just thinking, Aya, what about you? What should you do with your project? I can see the business potential there.
Well, I'll probably start from a different point. At least in Latvia, there are quite a lot of funding opportunities for applied research that expect to develop technologies at TRL 4 and behind that. However, behind every new technology, behind every new product, there is a successful basic research project. And at least in Latvia, we have very limited funding opportunities for these early ideas. And if you don't have a portfolio of those early research ideas, then starting an applied research project will most likely die off at TRL 4 or so. It won't get further. If you have got pretty large panel of these early ideas, then you can be successful in these applied research projects. So the answer to your question is, I personally support staying at basic at funding open early ideas.
Mm-hmm. So keep the program the way it is, and let's not jinx it with additional partners. Okay,
just to make things very clear-cut. Unicorns, everybody knows what it is. It's basically a spillover effect of excellent science and nothing more.
Yep.
So when we design our projects, and when we design also a possible approach to industry and entrepreneurs, then absolutely correct that the scientist himself or herself is the best broker of things. We have to accept some leakage of scientists from science to industry and entrepreneurs, and building kind of enterprises by scientists themselves, it's typically a dead end. So what is innovation is that the big money picks up excellent ideas for multiplying itself. In this sense, if we think about how to organize innovation, then innovation should be organized by big money itself, not by those who know how to distribute money. It must be organized by people who know how to produce money.
Yep, that's one way approach. I think so. The Commission should hear about this. Right. Anybody else on the businesses? No. Then what about the study programs? How this, or should we think how to integrate study programs such as bachelor's, master thesis, internships in the Baltic Research Program? So is there space for the study programs in this research program? We have seen the amazing results of involving PhD students, but what about internships or master students involvement? Yeah, Agnes, please.
So I think there is a place for sure, and we have tried to involve students of various levels, bachelor levels, various years, and master levels, and PhD, and postdocs, whatever. So we see that early involvement of students in research shows results, because now we see that they are involved in paper writing, they want better education, they have ambitions. Mm-hmm. It's the ambitions and what we say, their eyes are open and they want to be involved. But of course, we have to make an effort to involve them as early as possible. But these could be KPIs like we have for postdocs and doctoral students. Mm-hmm. I think for sure we can involve them.
Anybody else? Yep, Ginter.
I guess there is some risk involved if you make that mandatory, because universities will be easier to involve the bachelor and master students. For research institutes, that will be a hurdle or more difficult to get by. So of course it's a good thing if it's working, but if it's made mandatory, there are some risks associated, I would see.
Okay. Keep the flexibility. We're moving towards keeping the program the way it is. Yeah.
just to comment, we rely quite heavily on students, and the students we get today are either from France or from Netherlands, and the reason is that their internships are compulsory. It's a part of their master programs. We try to get students from our partners in Latvia and Estonia. Because it would have delayed their studies, nobody came actually. So I would think of integrating that somehow into the curriculum, because otherwise, I mean, no one wants to spend another half a year somewhere delaying all the studies, right?
But this is a very good point. So it's not only related to the program, it's more the national level, the way the study programs are conducted and when the year starts. And you rather obviously get the students from partner countries. Okay, there's something to think about. Are there any questions? Yes, well, here we go. Any questions from the audience? No, I can't see any raised hands. So moving on, we touched upon, and you started as well, Roman, with that, it would be good to know about what has happening in other projects early on. So any ideas, suggestions, how this cooperation between the projects that are just funded could be enhanced from early of the program? So maybe there's further collaborations and application in different funding streams. Yes, please.
Coming from other projects also in the Horizon Europe, we have what we call, I think, sister projects. So I'm part of Aligned project, and then we have Calimero, that is a sister project, and since the beginning it's incentivized that there is cooperation among these two and some others. So in the website of the projects we have the related initiatives, and in terms of dissemination it also helps, because sometimes workshops are KPIs, but just one project cannot do everything alone. And then both projects cooperate in these dissemination activities as well, workshops or participations in conferences, a special session. So I think something like this could be very interesting for the Baltic research program for the next call, this sister projects.
Sister projects and very well advertised. Mm-hmm.
projects are very different, yeah, and it's question why we're doing this, yeah. Okay, maybe part of management team can meet with each other, yeah, time after time, but I think direction of society, entrepreneurs, public-private sector is more important, because of course in general we should focus to research, yeah, and if in next program we will do larger projects, 5-year project, then maybe, yeah, but they're pretty small 3 years product we will just spend for this time. Of course, is some added value, yeah, of course we meet each other, but I'm not very sure that it will help somehow. I think we should focus to society, this is more important, yeah, and then stakeholders, yeah.
Roman, you have probably you because you brought this up quite early on from our discussion, so I just wondered, you have the different view.
Just to comment, there are quite some conferences with a lot of industry involvement, and if you come there with a couple of projects, then you get quite good deals, and you reach really a lot of industrial stakeholders at least. So it's not difficult. It's actually quite easy, and it's much easier if you are 3, 4, 5 projects instead of just one
project. So probably very much depends on the discipline as well. So, but early communication when the program starts to see what projects are doing what and what they're trying to achieve is quite important.
So kickoff event would be the most obvious solution.
All of the funded projects.
Presenting ideas maybe and meeting, but I should remind that most of the project, I guess, or maybe all projects started during the COVID, the peak of the COVID, and the success. I mean, it also brings to the success of the program.
Absolutely.
No projects failed, even though the conditions were, extraordinary. So I guess, but kickoff event, I guess it would help to meet the links early on and to learn others.
So it's like a partnership partnership event, brokerage between even within the program itself.
Yeah.
And our time is running out, but quickly, what are your thoughts about aligning this program and the goals of it with national funding and how well it's aligned? So if you have the results from this program, from the projects, is it easy then to take those results and apply for the funding at the national level? How well it should be aligned? Tarmo, I think you have an opinion on this, so let's go with you.
Yes, I do. I don't think that you need much alignment of this program with national programs. National programs must rely on the competence in a particular country. This is an axiom. This kind of program of cooperation between at least 2 countries is about complementarity. It's about bringing together unique excellence in different countries, and those things cannot be normally financed by national funds. So I don't think that any alignment of this program with national programs is necessary.
No synergies, no alignment?
No, it's not about no synergies. So always you have a national project running, you have people, but you have additional people do something excellent by putting 2 things together and still relying on national funding and starting next national funding based on the results you have.
Okay.
It's not being in solitude. No way.
Any other different years, Gunther?
Not so necessarily to the national programs, but I think that's the only program, to my knowledge, which kind of connects all 3 Baltic states.
Yes.
That's the only program. So we needed Norway to get connected. So I think we have to think about how do we develop trans-Baltic program, maybe. Well, national programs are good to have, and they are, of course, necessary and important, but that collaboration across the Baltic states should be enhanced somehow as well.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, of course, this project raised our capacity. And because of that sub-team of Latvia, we can compete better in national level. This is one thing. But of course, already know our ambition is to do this and compare this what happened in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, other countries, and so. But of course, it helps. We have a lot of publications, international publications. Our CV are better, it's in all kind of evaluation. It's better, and this, of course, thank you for this program. And if we will not succeed in some international programs, of course, we will participate in competitions in national level, of course. And this, of course, raised our capacity.
Brilliant. So just to finish off and close off this session, because we have to move on to the presentation of today, one word each, what one benefit this project you have been involved in and this program have brought to you? One word each. What benefit? Personal, team benefit? I can see that Tarmo is ready, please. But just one word, yeah?
Yeah, because I have to run. It's a much better understand of coastal processes in the Baltic Sea, how different they are and how unique they are.
Uniqueness. Okay, I take this word uniqueness, please.
Team.
Team.
Well, interdisciplinarity.
Okay. Ellen? Thank you.
Good relationship with neighbors, collaboration.
Collaborations.
I'd go for collaboration as well.
Well, new ideas for new projects, right?
Eureka moments, okay, yeah.
It's not important where you are, but what you are doing, yeah. Not what
Action,
kind of animal you are, yeah. University of Applied Science or big research university.
So in one word, that's...
Yeah, no arrogance between partners, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Action.
Yeah, yeah.
The one word would be action. Taking action.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think my one word would be diversity, and I just need to explain real quick.
Okay, that's fine. One word diversity, please
yeah,
explain.
I'm a Brazilian woman working in Norway, and it was my first time working with Baltic countries, so diversity.
Brilliant.
South Hemisphere, North Hemisphere.
Look at how many different values this program and the project have brought to all of us. Collaboration, team building, diversity, understanding, interdisciplinarity, and philosophy as well. So thank you all my panelists. Thank you very much. You can take your comfortable seats, and we will finish today's conference with a presentation. I hope that we have, okay. Ilya Laurs, yes, you're here. Thank you, all the way from the back. Let's welcome Ilya Laurs, who will present application of artificial intelligence in science. You are entrepreneur, investor, futurist, a public figure, and currently lead the investment company group Nextory, whose funds invest in high-tech companies ranging from startups to billion-dollar global corporations. Welcome. And you have 30 minutes to entertain us.
Sure.
Off you go. The whole stage is yours.
Great. So great to see everybody. And promise the last 30 minutes of the day, hopefully it's the last minutes of working day, will be fun as opposed to like very smart and scientific. Although the title of presentation is about artificial intelligence and science, but I promise like very little scientific terms and more like general overview where we're heading, because it looks like every single week something is changing. So I do try to follow the news, and some of the news I'm going to share with you. So once again, today's topic is artificial intelligence in science. And then if we have like 10 minutes for questions, feel free to just raise your hand during the presentation, after the presentation, like really curious to see what you think. If you feel there is anything we can share with the audience, please do go forward. And I would probably start with the presentation. When I was preparing for presentation, I read a really interesting data bit, something that never occurred to me. But when I put some thinking behind, I felt, yes, there's like a lot of truth to that. And just a question of the audience, what do you think most scientists think is the biggest ever invention on the planet, ever, in the history of humankind? Any ideas? Like the wheel or the computer or something else? Internet? Electricity? So according to the scientists, the most ever important invention was the scientific method itself. There is a reason to that, because before that, humans would rely on dogmas. Why would the river flow that way? Well, because there's an elephant there. And that's it. It was so simple to explain the world by just thinking, creating those little bits. And that led the world to be very confusing and not developing for long. So through struggles, and you probably read the history from Middle Ages, Dark Ages, etc., a scientific method came through where a small group of the humankind said, look, we just don't take things for granted. And there's like a whole list of bunch of things that in the modern scientific method needs to be fulfilled, like the explanatory power, the predictory power, etc. But once the humankind identified how to learn, how to perceive information, how to develop information, how to rely on something developed, not just because somebody told something, ta-da, everything exploded. So why it is important that now we're coming back and saying, look, now we're talking that the artificial intelligence, the science instrument that we created is actually about to create a better version of itself. And again, now into the presentation, like what specific areas in the presentation you're going to see just some highlights. Apparently, there's like thousands of ways to apply, but just like to jump through like some highlights. What's happening? Why happening? Where happening? So that you have like a general view of what's going on in the space. So right now, probably you have heard those terms: artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. So albeit, yes, we all agree that we now live already in the artificial intelligence age. For now, as of this evening, late 2024, we have achieved narrow artificial intelligence. Narrow meaning that, yes, on any given specific topic, be it math or chemics or something else, if you ask ChatGPT, most likely, not always, but most likely, the answer will supersede what a PhD or a scientist can respond in that specific domain. But if you say, hey, like I want my ChatGPT to book like a flight to New York, as of now, as of late 2024, this is still not possible, because some things that appear natural and simple to human are not yet couldn't be done by artificial intelligence. So that's the term artificial general intelligence, and many expect that to happen in 2025. They say, hey, like the very simple criteria for AGI is the artificial intelligence agent being able to perform any task, any continuous task comprised of many small subtasks in the same way as a human can. So yes, you can, like in human language, say, hey, like I want to fly to New York tomorrow from Warsaw, and just go like browse your website to register yourself, like pass all those like cost traps and like all the spam traps, etc. I just like want a clean flight, and here's my credit card. Go and do that, and AI will be able to do that. And it does sound very exciting, because this is actually where you could practically apply, as opposed to just chatting or preparing a piece of text, where you could actually send agents out there in the fields, whatever the fields are, sales, marketing, copywriting, etc., and do continuous tasks and actually be as useful as employees. So that is about to happen in 2025. And then beyond that, a lot of experts are talking about artificial superintelligence. And the very simple criteria for that broad abstract term is that when an AI agent can supersede any given human on a planet in multiple ways, this is where we achieved. So developing science, developing models, doing anything what human does, thinking of anything that human can give off much better. This is like tentatively called superintelligence, because apparently it exceeds a human. And at that point, the human will be very little of use to any forward development, but apparently there's a debate or it's good or bad. I will not take sides at this presentation, just highlighting that that is actually about to happen in 2830. So we're talking 5-ish years time frame, and actually that's pretty soon, like very soon. Now, why we believe that today artificial intelligence can accelerate a lot of things that are happening in science. So again, there's like hundreds of domains. I will just like highlight a few where application of artificial intelligence in science is very useful and does lead to really good results. So first, apparently, speed. Not a single human can process the data with the speed of AI. So actually, I'm surprised, like when you ask something ChatGPT, something complex, like for example, write me a piece of code, not just like just a review or something else. So in real time, it's building the code, and yeah, like having some experience, you compare like to any human and say, wow. Probably that is amazing, especially given that this is one of the millions of simultaneous conversations that ChatGPT agent is having at any given time. So yes, someone, when it took time to develop whatever it's data, knowledge, models, formulas, etc., now AI does it in a blink. Precision. Apparently, precision is extremely important, because if we're talking science, apparently some small changes in the model, in ingredients, and whatever the composition elements are can lead to dramatically different results. So the precision at which agents are able to give a result is just like totally amazing. And by the way, in early AI era, well, it's amazing now we talk that like a year ago, AI was very different from what it is today. So precision, actually, that was one of the first obstacles that came in. And many of you, like how many of you have heard the term AI hallucination? One hand, two hands, three hands. Okay, so what appeared is like a little fun deviation, but when early GPT came about, and apparently it was one of the first versions, very soon many people discovered that in cases where AI does not know answer, it just creates one, just comes up with like anything. And probably one of the funniest cases out there was a lawyer in the US who was lazy enough to dig through all the libraries to build precedents, historical precedents for his case. And you know that US law is based on precedents. So he just asked ChatGPT, was amazed with the result, because ChatGPT came with like multiple cases, very detailed, the years, the first names, last names, participants, circumstances, etc. So he was so happy and saying, hey, like it's like so much better than Google, because I don't have like actually to collect all of the data. But he did not bother to verify, because later he would tell the judge that he thought that ChatGPT is just like a more advanced version of Google, and that's it. It just like compiles the available data in a simple way. But when he presented those cases, it appeared every single thing was just made up. So it did not exist in reality. So this is how hallucination came about, and then the precision was really questioned, saying, "Okay, like how can we rely on AIs if we are not sure?" And a big debate came about, and one of the funniest comment about the debate was mentioned is that, look, ironically, AI actually does recreate the way humans behave when they don't know. So the brain, the human brain, is made in a way that it does not tolerate any cognitive vacuum, does not. So if you don't see something, it impines something. If you don't understand something, it just like builds up a model and says, hey, this is true. So ironically, AI behaved exactly the same way, but now, a year later, actually we're in a pretty safe zone, because that one specific obstacle has majorly been solved. So we're talking about precision, which actually supersedes anything a human can do. And apparently, last not least, is ability to dig through enormous amounts of data. Enormous. Like probably those of you who follow the development of AI, like have this like multiple, like how many parameters model is, and like a year ago we started with like 1 billion, now it's more like 10, 12 billion, etc. Well, you think of what is the amount of exponential connections between those parameters is just like enormous. So it's growing exponentially, and it's able to process amounts of data that's just like incomprehensible. It's just like not a single human can possibly just fit in the head. But interestingly, most of the most important models like climate, medicine, economics, finances, etc. So they have like gazillions of parameters, and the AI is able to just like crack over all of that. And I'll just like a little browse into what specific domains in science it did affect. When I say it, of course, it's artificial intelligence. So it did affect throughout the 2024. So first comes the medicine. Like many of you have read that the diagnosis, like based on like pictures of patient symptoms, like chemical blood analysis, etc., whatever. So the diagnosis, when AI is able to compare like billions of humans' data beyond like what any doctor could possibly ever be able to achieve throughout the whole history, so there's like in the brink. So there have been multiple reports that the diagnosis precision based on like pictures, whatever, X-rays is like way more precise. Actually, I was just flying in today in a plane and I read a story that just analyzing exhale composition of a human, now AI can predict like up to 1,000 different conditions. Because yes, like every single condition leaves a marker, and to do an analysis like what markers mean what, apparently here like a big chunk of data. That's what AI can do. Apparently, we're talking about drug discovery, where you can analyze like multiple compositions and multiple like side effects, etc. We're talking about personalized medicine. This is a holy grail because doctors sometimes say, look, that specific medicament or a pill, it actually treats like half of the patients. Now, my problem, I have no clue like which half and why that half. So if I knew, I would probably give to half patients and something else to the other half, but they have no idea because every single human is different in many ways. So again, analyzing DNA, analyzing like what side effects he has on a specific human, and picking what specifically it treats is something that we couldn't even dream of. So multiple domains in medicine. Physics apparently is one of the first candidates because there's like a ton of models, ton of data, ton of analysis that needs to be done. So it's developing like very new, very impressive models, and something that even humans cannot like really understand. By the way, there's like a funny comment. I was talking to one of the AI researchers in Stanford University 5 years ago, and 5 years ago, actually, he told me, look, Ilya, like one of the worrisome thing is that we know that AI works for sure because it delivers, but we have no idea, like as of now, like how it works, like what processes happen within, like it's beyond our understanding. But anyway, as long as it gives results, as long as it's safe, controllable, it delivers what we want them to do, that's of course good. Okay, climate science. So probably few of you have noticed that the precision of the prediction, like whatever is the weather forecast is going to be this weekend or next month, has dramatically increased in the last couple of years. How many of you have noticed that? Yeah, not really. Well, pay attention because 5 years ago, if you like just like Google what weather is going to be like when I go for vacation to that or the city, well, 70% at best. And now, well, I'm a sports fan, so I have like my smartwatch, and sometimes you do like golfing, planning, or running, or something else, or biking. And then actually, it's amazing how hourly report works. Forget like the day reports, forget that it's pretty precise in like 2 weeks from now, like to predict like what's going to be temperature, weather, raining, wind, etc., etc. But actually, like literally, and then this is like real thing. You go to a golf resort and say, hey, like, can I book a tea time? And they say, well, I suggest you wait 40 minutes because there should be like a short rain like 20 minutes from now, but it should be short. So like by like 5 p.m. it should be clear. So just like go at 5 p.m. as opposed to like now. And when you think of like what kind of data needs to be processed by those like Googles of the world to deliver you a reliable link to a specific geographical place, hourly weather report, it's just like mind-blowing. But apparently this is one of the things where application of AI, ability to analyze, ability to identify patterns, ability to deliver is just like amazing. So these are like just like, again, I could continue like really forever because probably there isn't a single science domain that has not been affected by AI. But again, my mission here is not to like give you a full picture of what's happening, just like to give you highlights and get a sense of general direction. And again, just focus on some of a few things that I think are like interesting, important, etc. So now coming like cross-discipline, like in what specific domains AI is now being used. We talked a little bit already about big data. That's been a key word in informatics and science, in IT, last maybe like 5 years, as I remember. And apparently, if we're talking about educating AI, the statement holds true that AI is only as good as the data which is fed to AI. So before you can train on multiple models, apparently you have to feed data, and there's like enormous amount of data, like anything and everything. So ability again to just like suck in all that data and produce meaningful results from that data is something that human has never been able to do, and this is one of the very first targets. So whenever you have like billions and billions of records on anything, on again weather, imaging, like logics, text processing, anything, it's like feeding the data and getting the results is extremely productive. Predictive models, again, we talked a little bit about the climate prediction, but when you think like in any domain, again, medicine, finances, science, being able to predict like what's going to happen is important. Actually, maybe it is an answer to one lack of technological thinking is that human error is always there, but the price of error in technology differs. So there was one article saying, look, in this new Geneva particle accelerator that's being built, they now experience with black holes, and some miscalculation may lead to a black hole that swallows the whole Earth, so we don't even know what's happened. So being able to predict what's going to happen before doing that is important, but apparently it does require like a lot of processing, a lot of understanding, and this is something that actually AI is now giving to us. How many of you have watched the movie Oppenheimer? Okay, like majority. And there was a moment where this physician was asked by the military dude, "Hey, like, are we going to ignite the whole Earth? Like, the atmosphere is going to like just burn?" And the guy scratches his head, yes, well, possibly, but it's like small probability of that. And the military guy said, just do that because apparently we have political pressure, etc. So we must deliver the bomb. But yes, for those of you who are curious, many physicists at the time felt that there is like a non-zero possibility that we do something irreversible, and just like that one experiment will burn the Earth. So avoiding those things apparently is something that AI is now giving us to do. Now, in the experimental research, because again, scientific method does build on experiments, there's a lot of things that are now being changed. So from automation in labs, now all the setups, again, all cleaning from data to substances to chemistry to like whatever is being automated, and apparently processing all the tasks and actually physically doing the experiments. So like mixing the substances, measuring the results, thinking of the models, like what else you can do, and then doing that nonstop 24/7 without any vacations, etc. So this is something which is being done now. And actually read an interesting article about AI in 2024 building new materials, because like the way you arrange like atoms, molecules, etc., does give different properties to materials. So there was like one article that in one lab, AI in 1 hour discovered and drew like formulas and drew like the processes to prepare those materials, 800 different useful materials in 1 hour, while taking those kind of researches by human would take 800 years. So that was like kind of like scale. And apparently, if we're talking about robotics, about humanoid robotics, about like all these developments, then like having access to all of these new materials, knowledge, etc., is quite important. And apparently, simulation modeling. So a lot of things don't need to happen in real world. And actually, there's been probably more than a dozen of so and then popping up stories in physics magazines about how like Yet another scientist states that we actually all live in simulation because there are like way too many indicators that the real world doesn't exist, etc. But most, of course, of them are not real. But experimenting in a simulation way, where you can simulate anything from society to, again, to materials to anything, is very important. And then this is where AI is actually very useful. And now, so again, I just like came across disciplines, came across domains, and now like what specifically is trending in AI development in 24, early 25. So apparently coming back and having AI explain actually why does it derive at certain conclusions or gives us certain results appear to be important. Because, yeah, again, as I mentioned, the process how AI thinks itself is beyond our understanding. But still, when I say, hey, like to drive society there, you should do those changes. Again, the scientific method implies that you should actually better understand what you do as opposed to just like blindly take the prediction, right or wrong, and apply it. Again, one of the biggest challenges appeared is that AI just like gives us the result, but why specifically that? Often is just like unknown. So that's one of the problems that's being solved. And again, maybe successfully, maybe not, but this is one of the trends. Then AI is actually getting the result. It actually builds a chain of explanations, hopefully understandable to humankind, like why specifically that result. So that's now being cool. And I think apparently is applying all the modern trends where we as a society go. So applying AI for sustainability, environmental research, conservation efforts. So how do you really build in a world which is ideally is sustainable, as opposed to like burning like oil, energy, etc., fossils, and then like saying, hey, like in 50 years, hopefully we invent something, and then changing the world in a way which is irreversible. Again, the world is extremely complex, extremely balanced system, and apparently one of the trends for the humankind is to live in a sustainable way. So we leave the world to our kids and grandkids or whatever in an unchanged way. And the challenge of the issue is extremely complex because apparently predicting which specific changes will trigger what and that is difficult. Still, we're in debate like this ozone hole, it's now back to like diminishing then expanding, like what causes that? Is it like gases or not? It's still a lot of guesswork. But again, modeling for super complex challenges, predicting what kind of things we need to do or not to do will lead to what kind of world is a big trend. And apparently, also one of the top 5 issues that appeared very early actually is how do we build AI which is ethical? Ethical means it does respond, behave, or does things in a certain way according to human virtues and values, as opposed to like randomly. Actually, there was like a like kind of little scandal this week published in many news outlets about Google's Gemini, which is AI model by Google, just telling one student, say, please just die because you're like worthless human. And that came actually to news, and there's like a lot of articles, and from that to a lot of like kind of like semi-funny things. When a lady saying, hey, like whenever I ask AI to draw a picture of a big tech company board, like somehow it draws me 5 people, all of which are men. So that's wrong. Like, why do we do like that? Why does AI build like that? And the scientists say, well, it's just like a reflection in a mirror. So statistically, yes, the world is, for better or worse, again, not taking sides, but is like that. So why should you complain if it draws the reality, which is built by humans? So it actually forces the human to face it himself and still somehow guide AI what's ethical, what's not, and then somehow build for the better world. And apparently AI is facing quite a lot of challenges. Again, I will pick and highlight 3 of them. We are definitely in top 10. There are many more, but one of the very, very big challenges that appeared very soon after ChatGPT and the likes were developed in the world is data privacy. Say, actually, a fact, like a month after launching ChatGPT, big tech companies like Microsoft, Samsung, and ever made a statement that it's forbidden for the employees, at least in their offices, to use ChatGPT. Because if I am asking something ChatGPT, I'm by virtue of asking, revealing a lot of data, saying, hey, can you please analyze like those formulas? And this is my like Coca-Cola formula inside whatever, and tell me like how to do better taste. The question itself becomes part of the knowledge base. So when the next person comes and says, how do you like homebrew Coca-Cola? It actually like reveals me a whole set of formula that a former Coca-Cola employee just like supplied by asking a question. So when I say, hey, can you book me a flight to New York? And somebody like later says, hey, where Ilya is heading like next week? It could like easily say, of course, New York, because that's best of my knowledge, and so on and so on. So how do we really take care of that? Because apparently tech development goes much faster than legal. So we're facing the world where like we have no idea how to navigate all those legal aspects. Data privacy being important. I already mentioned ethical use. How do you really make sure that AI actually does respect human values, human virtues? And one apparently thing that does not work is just like submitting all the world's data, news articles, blog posts, etc., whatever is available. So if you submit all of that to AI, which has been done, of course, multiple times, and saying, hey, like just like look into all that and then tell me how humans respect or don't respect their own things, the answer is no. Unfortunately, it's not sufficient. If you just statistically analyze like all the articles, etc., so the human will be racist, the human will be apparently not following what we declare to be our goals, virtues, etc. So we need to specifically tell AI like what's right, what's wrong, how to do things. And again, last not the least, legal and regulations. And this is always chicken and the egg, because on the one hand, apparently, you cannot have Wild West. Just like a data point when cars were built in America by Ford. So as I read, about 50 years, the regulation for traffic lagged. Apparently, it led to crazy cases where, like, for a long time, you could just like drink and drive. There wasn't like street lights or any rules. So apparently, you had casualties. You had like a lot of bad things, and like gradually, by introducing all those regulations and rules, like we kind of like got where we want to. So it's both delivering our transport, but also it's kind of safe. So same with AI. And then probably the last comment I will mention. This is one of the areas where extremely fine balance between regulating the right way, but also not stopping innovation is extremely important. And many of you have heard that this summer, 2024, European Union was feeling very proud that they came up with the first ever AI regulation. But now more and more voices say, hey, when Apple was introducing Apple AI, it launched everywhere except Europe. When you try to access Facebook, which is one of the big tech companies, apparently now Meta, latest models, it tells they're not available in your region. And all of the big tech companies are citing, hey, you're putting like billions kind of like fines on us, and you're just like forbidding everything. So why should we operate in that region? So again, it should be a fine balance between safe regulation, but also allowing for innovation. Again, thank you for attention. That's a very quick overview. And as organizer said, we do have time for maybe like a couple of questions, if you have any. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have, yes, couple quick questions? Yes, please.
Sure.
In your opinion, as an AI expert, what do you think, which jobs will be first replaced by AI?
Oh, that one question I could probably answer for hour non-stop, but that's probably one of the first questions because it's so natural to first fear what's going to happen. It's so natural to think AI will take away jobs. So just a few data points. First, if you look not just AI, including AI, but also the general tech trend. So the latest 15 years of statistical analysis of how does tech development affect the job market, it has a very funny thing. It increases the number of works, not decreases. You look any chart in European Union, in the US, so the tech development correlates in a positive, not negative way with availability of jobs. There are multiple interpretations saying, okay, like AI instrument on the one hand, yes, you could cancel one job, but it also gives 10 other job opportunities. So that's one interpretation. But probably the most convincing one coming from real world. Actually, I was talking to a company saying, look, like the AI is coming, so how do you specifically feel? He said, Ilya, usually jobs are being available not because of the cost factor, etc., but of the budgets and resources available. This is how typically job planning is done in the company. So if any technology, including AI, allows a company to earn more, it just opens more positions. Because this is how it's done in corporate planning. First, the budgets, first, the availability of resources. Apparently, most of the companies are looking to expansion. So if AI delivers resources, then the management say, hey, okay, now we have resources and we now have ambition across like multiple expansions. So efficiency, resources, new jobs, and actually for humankind to do more as opposed to less. So this is how it works in the real world, very supported by data.
Last question.
Thank you very much. Very thought-provoking presentation for the end of the day. I wonder about your slides. Are they artificial intelligence produced? First part of the question, and then slide number 6, was it hallucination or human mistake?
Number 6.
Because the title was about climate.
Yeah.
But text was still about physics.
Yes. Okay. So a very good notice. Actually, I was scrolling before this meeting, the presentation. So that's specifically my mistake because I did not copy the right text into the holder. So I apologize for that mistake, and interestingly that you noticed that. Now, again, a disclaimer, all the images are AI. And this is how I typically now the presentation. Earlier, like a couple of years ago, I would do the text structure and send it to designer, then receive like design ideas and then send the feedback. So it would take up to 2 weeks to produce a visual appealing presentation. And apparently, that's my personal belief, presentation must be visual appealing because that's respect for the audience. So now, like I have multiple windows. One of them is Midjourney. This is the specific AI instrument I use for image generation, including those images. So at the speed I'm putting together the data or the structure, it's developing a set of images. They are apparently consistent in style and hopefully reflecting this stuff. So I just like copy and paste, and this is how I simultaneously produce presentation. So apparently the structure of a presentation is still something that a human can do. But that specific mistake, yes, if it was AI, probably it wouldn't do the error. probably the human factor is here is wrong. So thank you for noticing.
Thank you, Ilya.
We're sharp on the time, so thank you and wish you luck. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for the thought-provoking really presentation. And I think there's going to be a lot of discussion points during our gala dinner. But let's close this conference. It has been a true success, and the success doesn't come just from one person, as we have heard today. It's a collaborative effort. So all of this work today, has been collaborative effort. It's you presenting the project, coming down here to Vilnius, discussing, making suggestions for the new program. It cannot be underestimated how successful this Baltic research program was, supported by the donors from Liechtenstein, Iceland, and Norway. Thank you, the donors, thank you, the partners, and thank you, the organizing team from the Research Council of Lithuania, of making this amazing conference happen. So, round of applause.